All right, chat, you're going to think I'm aura farming. I literally just sat down after getting some coffee. But yes, it is indeed time to list some tears. Hello, everybody. I hope you're doing fantastically today. We are indeed doing a killer tier list today, where today I wanted to talk through all of the killers in DBD and kind of go through what I think of their overall rating on the tier list, because I think it's actually a really interesting discussion to be had, where everyone's like, oh, this killer could actually be rated way higher and everything. And I think that these are always, like, I think they're always very subjective point of view. As much as you try to put in an objective sort of perspective on them, I think that everyone's going to have a slightly different view of how strong a killer is. But I think a lot of them are overall they're pretty easy to nail down in terms of their relative strength. I am streaming this live on Twitch as well. I'm going to turn this into a video, of course, because, you know, that's just how tier list videos go. But we'll have to see how this goes. But yes, it will indeed be YouTube content. But hello everyone, before I start like talking about the different tiers and my prerequisites and stuff, hello. Hello King of Roses, Seth, Bones, Full Metal Twink, and of course Dotsit69 and Colossus. Thank you for joining us today. Welcome in. Welcome. Dredge A tier trust. So the way that I want to tier list all of these characters out, I was thinking of like, what do I want to actually base them on? And I think that I'm kind of somewhat basing them off of what I would consider my relative experience with a lot of killers, where I have general familiarity of all of the killer powers. Like, I know how they are functionally, but I'm not a master at them. I think the only one that I've really mastered is Deathslinger. And past that, like the rest of them, I'm like, yeah, I could probably reasonably play this killer, or if I had the same kind of level of experience with that I have with Nemesis or I don't know, Pig or Legion or something, you know, how would that also translate into other kills I might not have played nearly as much? That's the first thing. I'm also considering, like, no perks or strats. I'm not going to be thinking of, oh, if it's Basement Trapper, he goes up to B+ tier kind of thing. And, like, no tunneling or anything like that. Just the killer kind of in a vacuum in and of themselves using their power correctly, right? First time catching your stream? Well, welcome on in. Damn, you hate me? Oh, I'm so sorry, Ray. Hello there. Good to see you. Put Chucky in SS++ rank. Trust, it's a skill diff. True. Hello, Toucan. Krazu low S tier. Yeah, cook up Rage Bait. We are indeed. Hello, Glace. Like ENF when talking about DVD killers, I think you're right, actually. Chat, Shifty V is correct. I do got to add a row below this, and I got to make an F tier, because I think that there are some killers, I mean, we already know basically what they are, that are pretty much unplayable in the current game state, and I can put them down in F tier as well. Are you valuing solo versus Swift 1v1 versus macro? I'm considering your average game overall. Like, if you load into a game of Dead by Daylight, on average, what is your experience going to be? Because I think that if you try to micromanage every single, like, oh, but in the 1v1, they're really good. Oh, but then, like, in this scenario, like, just think about the normal games that you have. It's not, I'm not trying to go anything past that. Hello, Chrysalis. Welcome in. And then the three prerequisites that I have as well for what I would rate the killers overall on is kind of like their ease of power use versus the results that it gets. So for example, like Trapper has a really easy power, but the results that it get are so detrimental. How easy and consistent can their power be countered? Again, Trapper, you can disarm his traps really easily, and so that would be a much lower tier killer, because even though he's easy to use, the results are usually pretty bad because of the way that his power works. And then how quickly can they end a chase if they actually use their power properly, or like use their power in a chase? And I think it's probably pretty obvious just from the opening here that Trapper's like just way down here, because I think that Trapper has an ease of power use, yes, but the result is often so detrimental because of the counterplay, like how easy his counterplay is overall. You don't walk into a location where Trapper has had traps. If there's a survivor following the Trapper and he doesn't have like the iridescent add-ons and everything, which I'm not going to consider add-ons because it adds way too many variables to this. If you really think about the way that Trapper plays in the modern game, he can be countered easily, he can be shut down so quickly. You are always on the back foot when you're playing Trapper from the start of the game, to the point where the only way that you actually get ahead with this killer is if the survivors mess up and if the survivors aren't doing their counterplay. And even if there's one person just following the Trapper around and disarming every trap that he puts down, it's of no detriment to the survivors, because you can disarm the traps really quickly and you gain more time on the map by resetting the use of his power over and over again. So that's why I think that Trapper has to be down in F tier, because there's really no other reason for him to be any higher. Even if it's like, well, but like we said, we're not going to be going with specific strats. Like Basement Trapper, sure, you win sometimes, but I don't think that the Trapper is like good enough consistently to actually be higher in tiers. Yeah, exactly. Like Colossus said, one gen done by the time you set traps up. Yeah, exactly. You have to expect to lose 2 gens before a hook, and it's awful. Yep. And there are some people who are like really good with Trapper for sure, but I think that it's when you're considering the average familiarity with Trapper's power, it's just it doesn't work at all. Based on what we have some prerequisites that I was thinking of, where it's like kind of the ease of power use, how easy are they to counterplay, and how quickly can they end chase, and then based off of like kind of general familiarity, you understand how their power works, and you understand maybe some little tricks here and there, but it's not like you're a master of them. Just a general power use. Trapper's like super satisfying too. I wish that he was better, but he simply isn't any better at all in the game, and so he has to be down here at bottom of F tier. Yeah, is normal. Yeah, right. Losing 2 to 3 gens before you do anything in the match. Yeah, no, I think I'm good. Next up we have the Wraith. So the Wraith is interesting because his power is super duper easy to use, and I think the strength of the Wraith gets better the longer you go on into a game, because of your ability to go to a pallet, force the survivor to drop it, break the pallet, and then being able to body block windows and pallets, which kind of becomes a thing that you learn how to do with the killer efficiently. You're also able to catch up to people quickly. You're able to end chase somewhat quickly, as long as they haven't gotten like a really good map spawn and have pallets everywhere. And if you're actually playing in a way that's like predicting a survivor movement and body blocking correctly, which is, I would consider, the goal of, or like general understanding of playing the Wraith, I think that Wraith can be C tier, maybe like B- tier overall, because the mobility and the stealth and being able to kind of obscure your location and then beat survivors to specific obstacles actually gives him a lot of credence over a match. And even though he might not be good early game, by the time you get into the late game, you realize, oh wow, the Wraith has chewed through the entire map and there's nothing left for me to use. And so even if he is like a basic M1 killer, he is a basic M1 killer that can actually shore up a lot of the weaknesses of M1 killers overall. And so even though he is kind of basic, I think that he has a lot of strength inherently in just how good it can be to get resources off the map. And he doesn't really have great counterplay. Like, you have to block the Wraith in order to prevent him from getting to pallets, and you have to camp pallets, and you have to camp windows and things against him. And that counterplay isn't the easiest if the Wraith can beat you to those locations, because he moves significantly faster than the Survivor does. He moves at 6 meters per second when he's in his cloak. And also he beats exhaustion perks, which is really nice. Someone tries to use balance landing while you're cloaked, okay, cool, you can chase after them, or sprint burst, or anything along those lines. So I think that he has a lot of stuff kind of going for his kit inherently that makes him more capable than a lot of other killers than people might expect. Add-ons take into account? No, I don't think so. I think that add-ons add too many variables, because if I say, well, Trapper with good add-ons could be D tier, then I feel like if we're thinking like, oh, we do iridescent add-ons, we do the best add-ons for every killer, I don't know, I feel like it just changes the power too much. I want to try and consider them more in a vacuum. Yeah. Hi, Wyvern, welcome in, welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Okay. So that's my feelings on Wraith. Then we'll go over to the Billy. Hello, Mimikyu. Welcome in. Middle of the road on all tier lists? I mostly agree. I'm gonna see like how I feel about him as this goes on. Yeah, being Adam Reliant is a sign of a weak killer, which Deathslinger, Adam Reliant, I think does really kind of just go to show. Hillbilly. Hillbilly is like a killer that I could never get a handle on. Hillbilly is one of my kryptonite killers that I could just never play properly, which is really probably a big self-report. I can play like pretty much every other killer in the game, but Billy is one that I've just never been able to mechanically understand properly. That being said, I think that Billy can be A tier. And the thing is that his power, once you understand how the churning radius and the sprint speed works and how to control his power and overdrive and when to cancel and where you bump and everything, once you get a little bit of experience with Billy, this killer becomes so incredibly strong. His map pressure is immense. His ability to just constantly have this looming threat of instantly downing you with his power is pretty much unmatched by pretty much every other killer in the game. Problem is that sometimes he can have bad matches. He can have people who are not quite so good with him, like myself. And he does get ruined. Even if you have like really good knowledge of him, he can get ruined just by bad RNG here and there, like Macmillan rocks or going to an indoor map or anything along those lines. But I still think he's good. Like, I still think he's a really good killer. His counterplay also isn't the easiest to understand. It's like you have to hug circular loops, and then you have to play in really sharp line of sight breakers. And sometimes when it comes to survivor play, you're not going to find survivors who know how to do that so consistently. And so Billy really can crush survivors that don't path quite as well, survivors that are more inexperienced overall. And he can feel really oppressive until you get into playing against survivors who have like 1,000 hours in the game overall. And of course, you can just end chase immediately too. That was like another criterion in here. So I think he's A tier overall. I don't think he's quite S tier because he has some things that are a little bit weakening for him. But I still think he's really good comparatively. What tier list is this? Just like killer power, killer rating overall. Yeah, some add-ons do change the power a lot. It's like Deathslinger as well. You're like, oh, let's run Eerie Coin, and then that changes the power. Oh, Deathslinger goes up to B+ tier because of Eerie Coin. But yeah. No, this is just like an overall killer power tier list, based on my opinion. And Twitter hates opinions, so that's why it's a Twitter rage bait build. If it was any easier to play, exactly. Yeah. I think that there is a level of mechanical difficulty that comes with Billy that even if you have a moderate amount of familiarity with him, there are people who can counterplay him effectively, and he does feel a little bit wank to play, but it's not like he's bad necessarily. Sable Warden A tier for getting me killed the most? Yeah. Hi, Noble. Yes, indeed, it is me at lunchtime. Hello, hello. Nurse. I mean, Nurse is kind of unequivocally S tier. I don't think I really need to argue this much. She is so incredibly easy to pick up. Like, I had one game where I had like no hooks on Eerie of Crows with the Nurse, and that was like the only bad game that I had with Nurse. Once I actually got a handle on how far her power goes and being able to play around the regular conventions of the game, Nurse is just good. She's just so incredibly powerful. She's not great into like great survivors, but she doesn't have a lot of punishment for making those adjustments. As soon as you see, oh, this survivor tries to double back off of my second blink so that I overshoot and I miss, then you start charging the blink a little bit less. The baseline mechanical familiarity that you need to get with Nurse is so incredibly easy to learn that the counterplay for her specifically isn't always the most effective because of how quickly you can change your ability to negate that counterplay. You're like, oh, you're doubling back? Okay, let me just short blink a little bit instead and then get a hit off of that. She counters pallets, she counters windows. She's always been super strong, even after the nerfs overall. And so I think that she's going to be up there at the top of the tier list no matter what. And she can end chase so incredibly quickly. She's one of the fastest chase killers in the game because of how powerful her ability is in chase. And even if you're not running add-ons and even if you're not running perks, she's still S tier. I'm not going to consider bugs in here either. I know that Nurse is really bugged right now. Because if we are like, well, but this killer's bugged, I don't think that's a very good representation of how good their power can actually be. So that's why I think the S tier is necessary for Nurse, and I think that she doesn't have any reason to go any lower. That I know is A tier, but man doesn't feel like it. Well, yeah, because like I think that Billy, I was talking about this before. I think that Billy has the ability to cleave through less experienced survivors, but you get a bad map or you get something that just doesn't quite go your way on Billy, and he loses a little bit of his potency, I feel. Nurse sucks, put her in F tier. True, slowest killer moving across the map. You can make incredibly accurate predictions without line of sight. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Better than her at the moment, but harder to execute. Yeah, I'd still put Blythe the best killer. We'll get to him eventually. I'll have my thoughts when I get there as well. Okay, next up, Myers. Even though Myers isn't in the game anymore or not purchasable as DLC, I think Myers is a solid. I'm gonna put him in B+ overall, tentatively. Myers.
My baby boy Michael is finally out of shit tier.
He is finally out of shit tier. Woo! He's no longer like one of the worst killers in the game, and I think it's he has a lot going for him with his power, right? You're threatening the insta down. You have a dash. You have a pallet clearing ability that also has a really short cooldown. You can make a lot of distance, surprisingly a lot of distance with Myers, and having full camera control during the dash gives him so much potency in chase. The counterplay for Myers is holding W, and that's really easy counterplay to play against, but when he has power active, he becomes so oppressive. But if you can outlast his power and you have plenty of pallets to work around, he kind of slows down a little bit, to the point where I'd almost say that he can feel add-on reliant, not running Hairbrush or Jewelry or Judith's Tombstone or Tombstone Piece or any of the ones that kind of modify the duration or the overall effectiveness of his power can make him feel a bit sluggish. And so because he's more add-on reliant, I would like to put him in A, but I think that with Billy constantly having the insta-down versus Myers having a very conditional insta-down that can sometimes surprise survivors isn't enough for me to consider him a high-tier killer. His counterplay is I hold W and I run in a different direction and I jump into pallet or I pre-drop a pallet and just keep running to another pallet with my Windows opportunity. And so him getting countered by a lot of the basics of the game, even if you have a general understanding of how to play him, I don't think that there's enough. Funny enough, I don't think there's enough in his kit for him to be A tier, but I still think he's good overall. Like he is a dash slop killer for sure, but yeah. Just general performance maybe Q, because I think that if you put in skill ceiling, overall I'd put Deathslinger in A tier. I think that Deathslinger is one of the most deadly killers when he's mastered, but not a lot of people are very good at Deathslinger, myself included. That's how I feel. If you found Old Michael fun than Ghost, you must also be fun then. I agree. I think that people enjoy their stealthy killers, I guess, is the best way of putting it. And so Old Michael was a lot more stealthy than current Michael is. Hi, Zero Knight. Welcome in. She needs to be buffed. My rage is being baited. It is indeed, yes. Welcome in. Also, thanks for the watch stream streaks, Common and Goon. I appreciate that. You doing one killer per tier? Nah, it's just how it happened to line up here. And I'm going to be putting another one in a different tier. Here. So let me get my background all fixed up. Swap over to the Hag now. Hey, thanks for the 3 streams, Zero Night. I appreciate that. Hope you've been enjoying your time here. You can, Goon, yeah. You're an amazing Deathslinger. Well, thank you. You know what? I'll take the compliment. I'm not going to accidentally fish for more here. He was stealthy the entire game rather than just in tier 1. That is true. You are 4.2, so you run Memorial Flowers, which makes him feel reliant on the add-on. But he's not bad. No, he's definitely not bad. I think that he is elevated in overall power level because of his add-ons, and I don't want to consider add-ons in this tier list because it just messes with the overall power of killers too much. Well, thank you, Zero Knight. It's very kind. All I've learned of Deathslinger is thanks to you. Aw. Well, thank you. Okay. Hag is the easier B tier if she wasn't 4.4. Yeah, I think Hag is... God, Hag is such a weird one to talk about because she has instant map mobility. She has the ability to shut down entire areas of the map. And I think that her ability to teleport across the map and have kind of obscured traps and synergies. I can't really say even synergies with perks, because if I'm saying synergies with perks, then it's like, well, of course, like these killers are strong with perks. Like Bamboozle is necessary on Wraith, but I don't think we can really consider that as part of the tier list that makes him strong. That's the perk carrying the kit. And I think that Hag is more of like a C or D tier killer. I'm kind of leaning towards C tier, because I think that the general counterplay is running into traps when the Hag is picking somebody off of the ground. And the general counterplay is crouching around traps where you know that the Hag has placed them and brushing them away when you know that she's not in the area if you're going for a save and everything. She can be good if she gets a foothold in a match. If she has an anchor that she can work into, she is so tough to dislodge, and a lot of survivors don't see Hag very often, and because they don't see Hag very often, they don't know the counterplay. How quickly can she end a chase, though? She's terrible at it. She's freaking horrible at ending chases. Like, you have to place your traps in such a way that you hope that the survivor doesn't just hold W to the next tile, because she's a 4.4 killer. And that in and of itself makes her feel really weak. But then when she kind of sinks her claws into a match and is able to actually set up a web around specific areas of a match, she can feel really oppressive, especially because a lot of survivors don't know the counterplay to Hag. Which, it makes me want to say that she goes into D tier because her counterplay is so simple. But even then, people who know the counterplay can get caught out by a Hag that has a good network working around. And it's like, yeah, like middle of C, maybe high D. I kind of do want to put her down in D tier. I think that Hag can be so strong. I've had so many good matches when I've played Hag, but I've also had so many terrible matches when I've played Hag. She's a very coin flippy killer. And I think that her coin flippy nature comes from facing survivors who don't know the counterplay. And then when they do know the counterplay and they're coordinated, the killer just, she just completely falls apart. Yeah, I think Turtle's got the right point, where Hag would be a B- killer if she had normal walking speed, because then she could actually finish chases. Turtle's saying that if you're good at fundamentals, then the survivor will most likely force her into a minute-long chase and then force her to drop, and then she ends the chase quickly. Yeah, I do agree. I think she does go down in... Like, she could be better. She could be better, but it's potential, man. Like, saying that Hag could be better is like saying that, oh, well, these specific scenarios make her really good, and I don't think we can always rely on her having a good foothold in a match, because if she doesn't get ahead early and doesn't snowball an advantage by being able to lock down an area, I think that Hag just falls behind so quickly and sits in D tier. Yeah, all nothing counterplay. Doc is underrated, can fuck a good team up with the right setup. That is true, yeah. I think, like, Doctor's such a weird one for me. But I think if we're saying a good doctor, I don't know. It's kind of... Hold on, let me swap over to doctor here real quick. All right, minimize the tab that we had. But yeah, doctor. I hate this killer. I hate playing doctor. He's probably like one of the killers that rage baits me the most. But I admit it's a skill issue. I don't like playing this killer at all. And it's because the latency that he gets with his power. You shock a survivor when you think that they're about to vault something, but then they buffer their vault like 2 meters away from the window, and they still get the vault through the window. And because they get the vault through the window, it's just like, oh, okay, cool. So I had to actually use my power way sooner. And he additionally feels really reliant on add-ons. If you're not running at least one discipline add-on and maybe a range or a calm add-on, his power does feel pretty underwhelming. I know that I've only been putting like one killer in every tier, but I do feel like Doctor kind of sits in C tier somewhere. Because like, a general understanding of the power, sure, you shock somebody, you absolutely crush chases, you crush loops, you can crush really good teams, coordinated teams where you have to still delay them because of your madness tiering and everything. But I don't think that he's still relying on add-ons to a certain extent. And after survivors cross a certain threshold of experience, Doctor becomes more annoying than he becomes strong. And I think that trying to say that the general experience or the general knowledge of Doctor is going to always get you good results is playing way too hard into the overall exceptions that you can make for the killer. And for that reason, I think that he kind of deserves to sit down here in C tier, even though I think that he can be good. He can have results where you're just like, I can't do anything
That's right,
in this
chat.
match.
May doesn't like playing Doc, but they love playing Trickster.
Well,
15 sub.
Oh yeah, you know me. You know how I am. Thrives in rapid brutality to get fast downs. Yeah, and it's like, again, that's perk reliance. That's add-on reliance. That's reliance on a system that's external to his power, to external to actually learning how to play the killer. And also, I don't like how there's that epilepsy problem that he has now, or like the flashing lights that his power has that they brought back from the old iteration that now causes migraines for some people. Like, people disconnect against Doctor because the visual effects that he causes are very harming as well. Yeah, C for a normal pub doc. Exactly. Yeah, like this is like the normal pub tier list, I guess. Is like, what do you normally expect? How do you expect these killers to thrive in a environment that they have set up for themselves, I guess. The well-known Trickster main, absolutely spoopy. You know me too well. And I'm also, for anyone who's joining us now in chat as well, I'm not considering specific strategies that would empower a lot of these killers or add-ons or perks, because I think that trying to make an exception in such a way that you're thinking Basement Trapper is really good, for example, or uh, bringing Iridescent Queen with the Discipline add-on is like really good for Doctor to become super oppressive that way. It's too much. We're trying to make too many exceptions for the killer. Depending on the gameplay environment. Yeah. Which was like, I'm trying to find the average. Also, hello Satoshi. Welcome in. Give Huntress her own tier so you don't double up shit, you right. Now we're on to, according to the, well, we'll click on Huntress next. We'll go Huntress here. When I'm a hate Trickster competition, May is my opponent. I have a video that I was working on like all the things in DBD that like grind my gears. Just kind of like a fun, cathartic video being like, I hate playing the Trickster. Huntress is weird. My controversial take as a Deathslinger player specifically is that Huntress is B- tier and she's weaker than Wraith. Because even though she has ranged abilities and she's a very explosive killer in the sense that her hatchets can down people really quickly, I think that Huntress, her strongest ability comes from animation locks and from surprising survivors and being in these close proximity locations where she eventually catches up to you and two taps you with hatchets, instead of the fantasy of, I am a long-range killer that can snipe you from a distance. Her counterplay is crouching behind obstacles because the environment hitbox is really big. And so in these areas where you can hug loops really tightly, and like, let's say you're going to shack, right? Oh, you can dodge at the shack window, or you can just preemptively vault the shack window before she has the chance to wind up a hatchet, or you can go for the corner around shack. She still plays around a lot of the same conventions that a lot of M1 killers do, which is that she's not the strongest in a lot of loops. She's not the strongest. But I think that because in some scenarios she can camp out decently here and there, or she can punish grouped up survivors really well, she has the potential to snowball a game. And she can be good in some specific scenarios, and she has more potency than a lot of the other killers that are beneath her here. But I'd even put her below Wraith because she's not consistent. And you get onto a map that has bad collision, that has bad line of sight, and she just falls apart. Like, I'd almost put her in C. I'd almost put her in C because of so many factors that work against her. And the fact that she's been out for basically the game's entire duration really makes me think, wow, there are so many people who have been playing this game for so long that they know how to counterplay a Huntress. Like, Huntress counterplay is so easy, so incredibly easy to learn. But she can also be strong because of how quickly she can apply injuries. So it's like, it's kind of a little bit of give and take, to the point where I'm okay with putting her in the middle of the tier list, but I wouldn't put her any higher for sure. Yeah, and hold down release compared to holding that M1 has ruined some games. Like with Springtrap, that's how you aim, or Deathslinger, or Pyramid Head, and being another killer that like holds down M2 and then uses M1 to use the power, or even Trickster, really. And she throws from her left hand, which I take time to get used to as well. From the came first problem, she came there for every killer does her job better than her. Yeah, I agree, Ral. I agree. Potential orbital hitter, yeah, right, Ron? Because like the the funny thing about Huntress that some people think is like, oh, what if you hit orbital shots or you hit really long range shots? And I think I'm gonna be so for real, those are like outside instances. It's like hitting the narrowest gap shot on Deathslinger. Are you going to be hitting those every game if you're kind of just generally experienced at Huntress? I don't think so. And so, Huntress's counterplay is counter strafing. Oh, I'm going to start running this direction. Oh, she threw a hatchet. Let me counter strafe this way. And I dodge the hatchet entirely, and then she has to go take time to reload. I just don't really consider that to be a very strong option overall. I have no game listed for my stream. How the hell did I do that? That's impressive. Let me fix that real quick. Stream info. How did I do that? That's pretty cool. Dead by Daylight. There we go. Now we're in here. Oh, I gotta also put up the funny little graphic too while we're here. Boop. There we go. I was playing Deadlock yesterday. It does that to dock sometimes. Oh, I see. Yeah, I think I edited it on Twitch directly, but I just cleared the Deadlock category and then forgot to update it. The final boss of Holding, yeah, it's just, I don't know, it's not very interactive either, but I think that's more of a frustration thing and not like a power of the killer. Stream game tier list simulator, yeah. Hoping for a Haunt Devilman and Deadlock today. I think we're gonna get Unicorn Lady. She's just cuter, I'm sorry to say. But bonus consideration, she's hot. That is true. That is a good consideration. Alright, Booba. We got Bubba. Epidemi makes Bubba look like an S tier killer. Hello, cool girl. Point taken for that as well. He goes where he pleases. Epidemi makes this killer look like the strongest killer in the entire game. But let me tell you, when you get Bubba on like Family Residence or any of these maps that have had all of these palettes like re-added into the game, this killer feels so incredibly weak. He's defeated by windows, he's defeated by pallets, and if you kind of just generally know how to play the killer, like you know how the power works, and maybe you know how to do like a moonsaw occasionally, and you don't really know the distance at which you hold things, and you're not running add-ons in our consideration for, the actual power overall, I don't think that Bubba is very good. I think he is stronger than Hag and Trapper down here, but I'd put him in C tier. He can counter pallets, he can be really strong in his insta-down capabilities, but you bump and then you lose all your potency. You're not running add-ons, you don't have a whole lot of speed or anything. You have to be very precise with how you're actually able to use the power overall. You're countered by pallets, you're countered by windows. Some maps just don't work out very well for you. You're pretty perk reliant, but being able to chew through pallets and being able to punish greedy survivors and being able to not really have to rely so much on M2s as you would with Billy does make him kind of fun. He can end chases very quickly if things go in his favor, but they have to go in his favor, and you have to like kind of hope that the map just doesn't go your way.
Ass mechanic that utterly ruins his overall fun factor and game flow.
Yeah. Yep. Reworked in the worst time for a killer to ever be reworked, and it shows. It does, yeah. Just get a MacBook? Yeah. Just become Linux. Duh, yeah. It's also known that Bubba typically needs Bamboozle to work. Exactly. And having a killer that is reliant on perks to work well, I think is indicative of a lower tier killer. Like, Pig, which we'll get around to after Freddy here, also I think can be reliant on Bamboozle. Her chase power, you bamboozle Shaq and then you crouch and dash around the back of Shaq and catch the survivor there. Like, that's a really powerful thing, but that's also reliant on getting the hit with it, But it is a rage bait mechanic. You're absolutely right. And that is a good point, too. Super reliant on chili. Yep, reliant on chili and beast marks or iridescent flesh. And it's just, I don't know. Like I as the tier list develops, we'll find out where exactly in C tier that Bubba sits, but it's not going to be very high either. If he revs power too much, but Billy gets a stronger power if he does the same. Yep. Tantrum. Yippee. No, I think it's a punishing mechanic, right? Like for being imprecise. So, yeah, that's if you're being punished for imprecision, then that's just not great. Hello, Lola. Welcome in. We're doing tier list today. Ooga Booga Chainsaw Go Faster. Yeah. Forced Hezi, Infectious Bamboozle, and Chili is basically mandatory. Yeah, with like Eruption or something in there. You know, you have to be very specific with the way that you build Bubba to make him feel potent. I forget Freddy exists. He's kind of like the nothing killer. I think that Freddy is one of the stronger killer, or one of the best reworks that we've ever had for a killer power. He went from being one of the worst killers ever to being actually like pretty decent, and I'd actually put him over Myers in terms of B plus tier. I wouldn't put him in A tier overall, but his constant passive map pressure, his ability to end chases quickly because of the hindered effect, and also his oblivious effect can disorient survivors quite frequently, and being able to put him into all these like being able to put yourself in these really good macro positions consistently makes me think that Freddy has the potential to even be in A tier. I mean, you could like argue maybe for an A minus tier overall, but I don't want to keep like dividing all of the tiers into two splits here. So I think he's like top of B plus tier. I don't think he's quite A tier. We'll see a lot of other killers in A tier here as well, and then there's gonna be like A plus and all of that. But I think that Freddy is good, and I see a lot of success myself with him because a lot of people don't know how to play against him. He's very good at thriving in chaos, kind of like Myers is, but more consistent than Myers because you don't need to stalk for a number of seconds in order to get hits on survivors. You just need to hit them and then hope that they haven't touched an alarm clock recently. If they touch an alarm clock recently, it's not even the end of the world because you're still like an oppressive M1 killer that can immediately change your pressure and immediately shut down a whole lot of the game. And you have a map-wide teleport, and you have the blood pallets as kind of like another zoning mechanism, so you can force survivors back into yourself. There's a lot of fun stuff to be had with New Freddy, and I think that he is decent, pretty good. Going from S to F, then B to C, and then back to S, and then to B. Yeah, like he's been everywhere. He has definitely rubber banded across the tier list overall, but I'm happy with putting him in B plus overall myself. Needs to order the same dish he ordered. I agree. They said that they weren't going to do a rework for her though. Unfortunately, they kind of canned the idea, which sucks. I kind of wish that the community reception to the idea of remote Roomba, Claymore Roomba, was so negative. I thought that was a funny idea. The best killer is to get the grasp of the game. Honestly, I think it's Chucky. I think Chucky might actually be one of the better, easier killers to learn in the game because you learn a dash power, you learn stealth, undetectable. You also kind of like learn how to throw your red light around. Hi, Jakey. Hello. Hi, Pookie. You learn pathing and survivor positioning when threatened. Yeah. Ghostface was my way of learning. Yeah, I think I'm worried about sometimes suggesting killers that I think are really bad at learning the game, because once you finally like take off the Rock Lee ankle weights of playing Ghostface and actually start playing higher tier killers, you're like, oh wow, Ghostface is so bad. And it's not just you. Like survivors or killers who play who are new to the game and they play low tier killers overall, and then end up getting crushed by a lot of survivors, are like, damn, I suck ass at this game. It's like, no, you've just picked a dog shit killer to play as well. You're not making this easy on yourself. I had someone say Slinger was good to learn the game on. No. Slinger is such a he's such like a step in all the wrong directions. Okay, so it's a range killer, so you have to think about lining up a shot, but then it has a projectile speed, so you have to think about leading the shot at a distance, and then you have to think about the chain mechanic and not pulling the chain through a tree, if we're not even thinking about the chain bug that's going on right now. And then you have to think like, oh, you actually lose FOV when you aim down sights, which you don't get with like hardly any other FPS title in the world, really. And when you aim down sights, you don't have the ability to change the sensitivity of your ADS speed. You just have to go off of what your base ADS speed or your base mouse speed is. It's like there's so many things about Deathslinger that are inherently frustrating for new players. It's not 4.4 like Chucky. That is a good point. Yeah, I do forget that Chucky's 4.4. Wraith is solid, though. I think Wraith is good. The Singularity and I was lost. You would be so lost playing Singularity. Like Five Nights at Freddy's Simulator trying to play Singularity. It's so funny. And two of them are blasting cowboy music at different volumes. It kind of is a skill check, yeah. Like, I think the Slinger's easy to pick up and communicate how to play him, but the actual application can get very frustrating without really knowing why, because of how all the background processes work for him. Xeno would be good. Xeno would be good, yeah. I think Xeno does have like a lot of mechanics that you can learn. I fully enjoyed my time with them. I think if you understand what the power does, Singu can be good. Singu can be a good learning experience, but it's tough. It's very, very tough. Dracula teaches you a lot of different types of powers. We don't want to overload a new player, you know? That's the thing. Okay, we got the pig. The pig, man, I really like the pig. I'm a big fan of the pig. I think she's extremely satisfying. Thank you, Ray, by the way, for the gift sub to the Ghoul Girl. Ray, you've ruined your 67 subs for this month. But yeah, the pig, like, her dash buffs are kind of alright. I'd put her in C tier above Doctor and Bubba, because I do think she can be more consistent. And not only did she get buffs to her dash, but she also had her terror radius reduced to 24 meters. So now she could sneak up on survivors more consistently. She had her crouch speed increased, so she can sneak up on survivors better. And this is the crazy thing. I remember Otofu was saying like, oh yeah, pig's like B tier overall because those dash buffs are insane. And she has the best slowdown mechanic in the game. And while it is technically true that the pig can apply a passive slowdown effect to everybody in the game, it is not one that is consistent enough for it to really be considered a part of her full power. Like, it is part of her power, but getting like 40 seconds of slowdown, maybe like 70 seconds of slowdown if you consider it across the entire team, and then losing that to RNG. Thank you, Ray, for the 69th gift sub this month, and gifting one to my Pookie Jake. Jake, I hope you enjoyed the ad previewing and the emotes as well. And look at that, a little hype train going on. 69 and 607 overall. My god, it was meant to fucking be. But yeah, Pinhead Box is better. Exactly, like, because Pinhead Box, the reason why Pinhead Box is better than Pig Hats is because the Pinhead Box is something that you don't have to actively engage in order to get value out of. When Pinhead Box activates, that's not something that's done because the Pinhead went out of their way to actually go and down somebody and then get a hat on someone. Pinhead Box actually activates passively. And that's why I think like Pig can be C tier because she has that passive slowdown and she has really decent chase potential and she can close a chase out quickly, especially because of your ability to moon dash and use like momentum to your advantage and throw off survivor pathing and things like that. She can get downs really quickly. And she's consistent in that way. And she's not as punished by pallets, and she doesn't have a tantrum mechanic like Bubba does. And so I think she is higher tier because her power passively does so much, and she has a shorter tear radius. The counterplay is holding W away from the tile when she crouches, but not a lot of survivors like click with that right away. And so I think that she's C tier here. It just doesn't do anything to knowledgeable players. Yeah, exactly. Not tied to RNG would do wonders, or just shortening the trap timer. Yeah, and not making her add-on reliant in that way would be nice. Because if you're like, oh yeah, workshop crease and last will, done and done, you know, she has the best dash in the game, is, I don't know. Being add-on reliant is also like a curse of a lot of the killers down here. Even Huntress feels add-on reliant in some ways with Oak Haft and all of that. Take out the RNG and make timer shorter, I guess. If there was like a puzzle that survivors had to solve, kind of like Skull Merchant drones or something, I think Pig would be more interesting, and making the timer shorter would be better, because right now it's just like a skill check thing, and I don't know, I'm not too big a fan of it. That'd be cool, yeah. But I mean, you know, I'm only in the creator program. I can only do so much in my ideas. 50/50 is around a pallet with her dash. Yeah, and that's what's made her strong now. Like, she used to be way worse. Her dash was nothing. Her hats were just kind of the same as they are now, but her dash being buffed actually makes her capable in chase. And the counterplay is, oh, let me not camp this pallet against her. She's weaker than Dredge, I think, in that respect, which we'll get around to Dredge as well in a bit. But I think that Pig at C tier is what I'm comfortable with, and she feels more consistent than Doctor and Bubba.
From May. Chances are I won't get a
oh no, Rab, I'm sorry, I forgot to say hello.
Later, Chad. Got work to do. And May,
if
you play DBD today, hope you get Toba landing maliciously.
No, I'm so sorry. No, I didn't mean it. I thought I did say hello when you had come in earlier. My apologies. Hope you have a good rest though, Rab. Thank you for joining us today. Or, I guess you're not resting, you're working. You're off to work today. Okay, next, Hilla. The Reddit. I mean the clown. Hello, Lobster. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. I hate clown as a concept and design, but I don't know what tier he is anymore. Okay, so clown... I think clown, this is going to be probably one of the more controversial ones, is slightly higher than Wraith and Huntress overall in tier list. And the reason why I consider him higher tiers than Wraith and Huntress is because he is so incredibly capable at catching survivors and at invalidating any 50/50 pallet. His ability to finish chases with very little counterplay overall is pretty unmatched in the game with how simple he is to play. And if you use his yellow bottles to catch up to people, the haste buff that he got a little while ago is insane. You can deal with multiple survivors at once by applying Hinder to a whole bunch of them. Your ability to traverse the map and catch up to people with yellow bottles is really good. Is it as good as being able to insta down somebody with Myers? Is it as good as being able to hinder people with Freddy? I don't think so, because I think that Freddy, not relying on a reload system and not relying on having to hit people through walls and everything, isn't nearly as potent. But he does feel easier to play and less counterable than Wraith, which is insane for me to say. I think that some people regard Wraith really highly overall, but I think that the average player is able to pick up Clown so much easier and get way better sweeping results than they are with Wraith. Like, Wraith in his simplicity is ironically more difficult to play than Clown. And has a different DS counter by shitting out a purple bottle. Yes, exactly. Very good in the 1v1. Effective even to some extent in the 1v4. And can clear through pallets the same way that Wraith does. Because, someone drops a pallet, you throw a yellow bottle at your feet, you kick the pallet, and then you have the haste and you can chase after them immediately. The counterplay? I mean, just don't play 50-50s. Play like strong tiles. Hold W against him into main building, I guess. And he'll still eventually catch you because those haste bottles are insane. I don't think that he has, like, the mobility or the, like... He's still weak to pallets, technically speaking. So he's not, like, S tier or anything like that. But I think he's really good overall. W key gameplay. Yeah, yippee! But no, I think that clown is good up here at the top of 50. Pre-dropper play for the stun, my favorite. Yay, so fun. It's just not, he's not fun to play, in my opinion. He's not fun to play against either. But I'm not going to let that negative opinion of him affect where I place him on tiers. I think he is relatively pretty strong. 50-50 into W key simulator, yeah. Haven't played him since I started playing Slinger. Slinger is so much more satisfying, I think, because of the sound effects and everything that he gets in there. Okay, Spirit, sorry. I saw Huntress, I was thinking Huntress, and then I saw Spirit down here. Most boring power in the game? Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, Legion might be up there as well, but we gotta talk Spirit first. Spirit? Spirit. Spirit is such a weird killer to quantify. And the reason I say that is because her power relies on you being able to play around sound effects in the game. And I think that a lot of people are capable of doing that and using your power in short bursts where you need to. She feels really atom reliant though. Like Rusty Flute, playing Rusty Flute and not playing Rusty Flute with Spirit is so game changing. I want to put her at top of B+ tier, and I don't know if that's right. Because if you're not running cooldown add-ons and you're not that great with tracking survivors, overall she can kind of tend to falter. But if you have general familiarity with how to play her, I can say that she's tentatively low A tier. I mean, we haven't again gotten all the killers out here yet, so this will populate as it goes on. But I think that the Spirit as a killer is one that is hard to counterplay because the counterplay is based off of the Spirit player misplaying. And that's hard for a player who is familiar with the power, like on average, familiar with the power, to misplay. If someone kind of predicts a pallet movement correctly with the Spirit, she's just ridiculously strong. And you've seen, I'm sure that a lot of you have probably seen Remilea or Aaron play Spirit, and this killer is disgusting in the right hands. Now, of course, that's like in the right hands, that's with the experienced people. But even then, a dumbass like me can pick up Spirit and get good results. It's indicative of how strong the killer can be. It's not indicative of how good I am at the killer. I think that if I can get good results consistently with Spirit, with how simple she is and how hard she is to counterplay, she is one of the better killers in the game, one of the best ones in the game. The Spirit does poorly. Exactly, yes. Her power makes 50-50s into 80-20s. I think it's a good way of putting it. It does salva. Yeah, there is that problem where she's like best played on 92 FOV or something like that instead of the max 103. I remember hearing that. An experienced Spirit with good headphones will get you with almost every phase. Yes. Yeah, I agree. Applies for every killer excluding the top 3. I don't think so. It's like in the case of a lot of the other killers like Trapper or anything, like, okay, let's beating a dead horse here really. But if the survivor misplays, that's when Trapper's strongest. Hey Rosemary, I am doing quite well, yes. I am doing wonderfully. Strong B for beginner, but a strong A for an advanced player, which is why I'll probably put her low A at the end of this. At the end of all of this, like considering someone who might have a little bit of familiarity with the killer, that she'll probably be down there. But yes. The Quiet Place of DVD? Yeah, exactly. It is indeed Kato, yes. This is why my title is Twitter Rage Bait. Because I know that tier lists are controversial. Mid-A at least. Well, I'm gonna see what else I put into A tier, and then we'll organize accordingly. Let's go swap over to Legion. Okay, the Legion. I'm a big fan of the Legion. Legion was my first killer that I ever played. No, Huntress was actually the very first one, but Legion was the one that I started playing when I got into playing killer way more. And that was like 3 years ago now. My goodness. Or 2.5 years ago at this point. When I started playing Dead by Daylight again, I wanted an easy killer to get into, and I picked up the Legion. The Legion is not a good killer. And that's because the counterplay is super easy. And their power has like no lethality in chase. It has some lethality in chase, but it's worse than Hag. I don't think it's exactly F tier, which is the crazy thing to think about. Hello, Jarnation. Hope you're having a good day today. We're having a great one. Yeah, we're just talking about all the different killers. It's a very fun thought experiment in here. Huntress Legion, then Deathslinger, what a coincidence. Yeah. No, I first started playing Huntress because people said she was decently strong, and I liked playing her 8 years ago. And then I started playing Legion when I got back into playing TBD again. Worse than Hag? You know what? That is a good question, actually. If you're not running good add-ons on the Legion, are they worse than Hag? I don't think so. I think they can be slightly better than Hag. I'm thinking about it now. Like, Hag relies on mistakes. Legion kind of relies on mistakes. And the check is, all right, Legion is now in power. Let me hold W and body block while I have Deep Wound in front of them. And in that way, I just make their power expire, and then they just have no lethality. Now, you can cancel power and body block pallets and windows and things like that, but it is not a consistent power. It is not something that you can really consistently get results out of, because if you try to body block something, by the time that you go through the cooldown, the survivor can still make a ton of distance, because it takes 2.5 seconds, so they make 10 meters of distance, 4 times 2.5. 4 meters per second times 2.5 seconds. So they make 10 meters of distance, which is usually enough to get them to the next pallet or window or tile in order for you to catch up to them eventually. And yeah, the new recent buff Legion is smoother than they were before. And I think you do actually have that kind of passive slowdown and slight mobility and sometimes the ability to catch survivors off guard. I've had games where I've played Legion and people still heal against Legion. I've had games where people just don't run away from a Legion and don't hold W against it. And in those games, like, yeah, Legion does feel potent, but it's only potent because you're playing against inexperienced people. Once you get into lobbies where people are more experienced playing against the killer and have a stronger head on their shoulders and know how the counterplay works, it's so easy to get into the counterplay. Even if the power itself is really easy, the results that you can get from tagging everybody with Legion is 1 down and everyone else is injured. Well, I guess they can't go for a body block now. That's kind of cool, but past that, the ease of use versus the actual application just isn't nearly as effective as, I don't know, Freddy blowing up a pallet, or using Hinder to catch people, or sleeping people and getting oblivious and catching them off guard. It's just, you look at all the other killers that are above Legion here, and every one of them has their own brand of lethality that just feels so much more consistent than what Legion does. But the power isn't something to rely on. Exactly, yeah. And I can't consider add-ons in this tier list because add-ons change so much about a killer's power. So if we're just thinking about the power in a vacuum on a moderately experienced player, like somebody who knows how to play Legion, and not like professionally, like not the highest tier Legion possible, this killer just does not feel like it has a very good foothold. Oh, thank you, Wojtek. As soon as even a single survivor knows the power. Yeah, like if a survivor chases after you and body blocks with the deep wound, that ruins your entire ability to just pull the team apart. Okay. Moving on to the Plague. Der Plage. Oh yeah, definitely S tier for chase themes. I do think that the Legion has good chase themes. And also being able to change the theme with all of the different mixtapes is really fun, yeah. Plague is an easy B, high B. Yeah. The B plus. I think we can put Plague. Okay, Plague's such a weird one also, because she very uniquely keeps survivors injured and is one that... Okay, there's so many different things about Plague. I'm not sure where to start with her power. I'm not sure exactly where to start, but let's start with, like, the most potent thing, or the first thing, which is, like, how strong is she in chase, right? When Plague is in chase and she can get her full vomit on you, she can then injure you, keep you injured for the entire game, and when that vomit elapses fully, you don't get the burst of speed that you get from being hit by other powers in the game, because it's considered like a passive buildup. And so she can very easily two-tap you if you're caught in no man's land. She's also really good applying pressure across the map by giving herself information, by puking on various things. You're like, oh, there's a survivor over here. And that's like, because the puke is, they have that around their icon now. And so being able to have that kind of information around the map is really powerful. And then when she gets her corrupt puke, her corrupt purge, she is one of the strongest killers in the game. Her ability to cleave through entire groups of survivors after they've been injured is unmatched. She is so potent when she uses the power correctly, when she has it on the right timing, and especially if survivors try to cleanse against her. Now, quite often, I had a game recently where there was a group of survivors that didn't cleanse against me, and that game felt really bad because I just fell behind in terms of pressure. But it was the right thing to do. It was the right counterplay. How often do you see people trying to not cleanse against Plague? Not very often. Plague keeps up so much passive pressure and is not a very... Like, unlike Legion, where you don't want to heal against Legion, the Plague as well, not being able to cleanse against Plague, in order to actually play that effectively, especially because she can get Corrupt Purge and also always has you injured and broken, so you can't heal and you can't get use out of healing perks, and you're always kind of at threat by her, makes her really powerful. Is she great? Well, no. I don't think that she has the same level of clear potency as Myers and Freddy, and then losing Corrupt Purge to a Pallet Stun is also pretty damning. The hitbox registration on the Corrupt Purge, which I know is a bug, and I said I wasn't going to consider bugs really, but it does feel inconsistent enough to the point where you can't really put her higher in tiers overall without saying that, yeah, but sometimes you just don't hit Corrupt Purges because the game decides that you don't. And I felt like that was always a consistent thing with Plague, whether that's a bug or not, for the last 3 years that I've basically been playing this game now. And so I'd like to put her up higher, but I think that she's going to kind of sit towards the bottom of B+ tier because of the pressure that she can apply and the way that her power actually works. You don't get power. Plague is not super survivor, depending on them cleansing or not. Yeah, you just become an M1 killer after a while. And then you can become add-on reliant too. But you are guaranteed one fountain, but you need to bring apples, right? Yeah, also punishing for not healing. Right, like there's damned if you do, damned if you don't. She does feel very oppressive in the right situations, too. Yeah, the apple add-ons. You can run the double apples. It's like the Blessed and the Ashen apple, so you can get more pools, but that's like added potency. How easy is the counterplay? Not very easy. A lot of survivors heal because they're worried about constantly being exposed effectively. And because survivors always heal, then you can actually tend to steamroll over people who don't know the counterplay because they're so reliant on having those two layers of protection. She can end chase kind of quickly if she has Corrupt Purge. If she doesn't have Corrupt Purge, she becomes an M1 killer, but she's still like really good passive pressure. And I think a lot of survivors aren't good enough at pathing to actually defeat this killer. Plague is a solo queue destroyer. Exactly, yeah. I think solo queue is a common scenario that you find yourself playing Plague in. And so that's why I'm okay with putting her in higher tier overall. Because a lot of people play solo queue in this game. Okay. Now we're moving on to good old Danny Jonathan. So we'll see. It's been a bit since I played a bit of Ghostface, but I think he's below Trapper. I agree, actually. Well, do I fully agree? Let me think about that for a second. Because we do have the Ghostface. I think Ghostface is one of the worst killers in the game right now. The only thing that Ghostface has going for him is his somewhat on-demand stealth. And that can tear apart solo queue teams. But I think that it's in the same vein as Trapper. If a team runs into a place where the Trapper has been setting up, then the Trapper just falls apart. But Ghostface loses so easily to people who have Sprint Burst, to people who have, well, I mean, like any exhaustion perk, people who have Vigil. And even though, like, I'm not considering perks for the killer side of things, these are mechanics that, even if Ghostface has a power that can work, the power itself is counterable by things that are practically base mechanics in the game at this point. And even then, holding W to a window, to a pallet, being able to just stare him down to knock him out of his power for, what, 14 seconds, I think? Base kit? I can't remember the exact. Do I have a time? Is there a timer in here that I can check? Let me look. No, the timer doesn't tell me on the power there. That's a bummer. But for the Ghostface, I think that the Ghostface just gets countered by too much that's presently in the game. He doesn't have the ability to stop a loop. He's weak to pallets. He can't end chases quickly unless he is extremely precise in being able to get it down. He's map reliant. It's just, there's so many things that go against Ghostface that even if it's like, oh, he has good stealth, I don't think the good stealth is enough to make up for his lack of lethality overall. 60 seconds? No. I'm not saying the mark duration. I'm saying that when he gets knocked out of his power, the cooldown for him to get his power back is like 14 seconds, right? Or 17 seconds? I don't know. How does Ghostface work? I know he stalks. So you go undetectable, and then you hold down M2 while undetectable to stalk survivors. There is a meter that builds up by their portrait that shows you how much stalk progress that they have on them. If you complete the meter around their portrait, for the next 60 seconds, they can be insta-downed if you M1 them. But if the Ghostface is broken out of his power by survivors just staring at him, he can no longer stalk until he gets his power back off cooldown. And the other thing, I forgot actually, there was something else that I forgot about Ghostface in here, is that if you have stalk progress on somebody, and you M1 them before you can complete the stalk progress, before you get them exposed, you reset the progress on them. You reset the progress on how much stalk you have on them. That's an insane thing to me. Like, you have to get revealed, or if you don't get revealed fully and you reveal him and he M1s you before he can fully reveal you, you lose all of the stalk progress that he had. And so you have to then reset and hope to get back into stealth and not get stared at, and then get him exposed again. It's such a bad power. It's so it's a fun idea. I think having this kind of stalker effect is fun, but fun does not equal good in Dead by Daylight. And Ghostface is a very good representation of that fact. That's a Fredward. Oh, yeah, well duh, it's Kazir. Hi Kazir. Of course it's Kazir asking who's at the top of B. I think Freddy's really good. He does a trickster with his survivor hit. Yeah. I'm starting to understand why Ghostface is so bad. You like that guy? Yeah, I've heard that you have. He has a hat and a glove. He is pretty dang cool. Why people say Ghostface is good on Gideon? Because people think that stealth killers in general are good on indoor maps, but Ghostface gets countered by pallets so often that he's just not that great. Yeah, that's what we've been saying. Because here Shifty V said it, and I'm gonna agree with them that I think that Ghostface is probably the worst. Yeah, like Trapper at least has basement or can shut down loops or can occasionally get value out of traps if they're set up correctly. Like there's an ability to snowball with Trapper that Ghostface just doesn't really have. Shift V is my oomphy. Hell yeah. Why doesn't Ghostface have floating ribbons? I don't know. Height moments and aura, right? I agree, Goon. I think the fact that you have a longer cooldown than Blight's power is kind of insane, but that's just my opinion. Okay. This takes us to the demo dog. The demo doggin. Here we go. Setting up that at that point it's cooked. Yeah. It's the same thing with Trapper too, but like worse. My baby boy too, he's C. Yeah. I actually don't mind putting Demogorgon in C tier. I'm trying to think if like there's any reason to put it lower. I don't think that Demogorgon is terrible. Maybe slightly better than Bubba overall in this list here. And the reason why I say that is because Demogorgon can 2-tap survivors like nobody's business. You M2 dash, hit somebody. You M2 dash again, you break a pallet. You M2 dash and you knock somebody down. And then once you knock somebody down, you can turn around, you can M2 and dash and knock somebody else that's nearby. And your ability to apply injuries quickly with Demogorgon is kind of unmatched. And the portals that you can place around the map to give yourself stealth and a little bit of map mobility really does give a lot to this killer. That being said, they feel terrible to play on some maps. They do not... The counterplay to Demogorgon is like predicting their movement, kind of like Wesker, actually, in which we'll, of course, like get around to talking about later down the line. But Demogorgon is a fun killer. Demogorgon is a killer that can have a lot of potential overall, but I think that the power is so bogged down by its own limitations that it just doesn't have the same kind of lethality that the other killers above Demogorgon do. Like Doctor at least has a little bit of slowdown in snap out of it and can be a really effective anti-loop killer without having to rely on a dash that puts him on a massive cooldown. Like you can spam Doctor's shock pretty effectively in a lot of games. But I think Demo by itself just doesn't really have a functional active power in the wrong situations, and the counterplay for Demogorgon is so easy. And when you have easy counterplay, and when even though there is like ways to play the Demogorgon and you can kind of steer the power a little bit while you're dashing, being able to do that consistently versus the consistency of I will take a sharp 90-degree turn doesn't make me want to put him much higher, but I think he is better than Hag and Legion in that way. So I'm not going to put him in the same tier overall. Oh yeah, God forbid you fall 2 inches while charging your power, now it's canceled. Or God forbid you try to go for dash on Dead Dog Shack and somebody crouches at the doorway. Like, good luck. I think that's kind of silly. And I think, but yeah, I think that like Demo Dash is a lot stronger than a lot of people give it credit for. Being able to prevent pallet uses, and one of the things that I notice whenever I'm playing Demogorgon is that sometimes there will be like a pallet at a location and there'll be like a narrow channel to the pallet on one side. And so you can actually force the survivor to take that long channel so that you can dash to them more easily. And it's a killer that really does test your fundamentals quite nicely. But testing fundamentals versus practical application in and of itself does not make Demogorgon feel like a potent killer, but it's fine. It's strong. It's atom reliant, but it's okay. I'm not going to put it much higher than this, and I'm happy with putting it in C tier. I'll see you later, Shifty. Someone out of Dem Skull Merchant would be better without that. It sucks to have one or more power tokens being rendered useless. Yeah, and being like, oh, let me actually put up a portal in a better location. Because if you put a portal in a spot near a generator that you want to protect, and then that generator gets done, and then survivors just aren't there anymore, you just have a dead portal over there. You need to hide them to make them work. Yeah. You put them behind walls or in grass or something. Absolutely. Portals can be shut down without add-ons. Yes. I think the portal is the weaker part of the power. I will agree. I think it's a good part of the power because you can use it for map traversal and overall macro control, but it's not strong. It's just an option, if that makes sense. Yeah, very, very counterable. Oh, let me hold M1 on this real quick, and that's it. His add-on choices blow. Oh, they're so bad. You have like Black Heart and Barb's Glasses. And then what? It's like not much. You have those two, and that's it. It's those two, and then nothing else past that. Okay, let's move on to Oni. Damn, Legion over Hag? Yeah, I think so. I think that Hag is more reliant on survivor mistakes and doesn't have the cancelability of the Legion's power in order for her to work consistently. Deer lung if you're feeling spicy. Yeah, lifeguard whistle if you really just want to shake things up for fun. Yeah, Hag has had such a fall off over time. Okay, next up we got the Oni. Kazan, I feel is B-, which I know is crazy. I think Oni is less consistent than Clown. And I think he's less consistent than a lot of the other killers here, which is like, I know that this is going to be probably my most controversial take out of all of them, but Oni needs to get a hit early. So you have to rely on survivors not knowing the counterplay of, oh, I just pre-drop and deny you that first hit for forever. And then you have to know how to flick with Oni, which you can learn. It gets you, muscle memory over time. And then the orb gain is so reliant on add-ons. Like if you're not running Splintered Hole, it feels so trash to play Oni. And then when you do pop power, you have to hope like, okay, well, I have to go back to Hook. But I feel like Oni is a character that needs to have so many things go for him exactly right in order to have the lethality that he does. Because if he's not in power, he becomes an M1 killer that is countered by pre-dropping and by pre-running to windows. Now you do get that first hit and you snowball the hell out of a game and you can slug people and get really good games out of it. But survivors that know the counterplay, which is a really key component in a lot of my decisions in this tier list, survivors that know the counterplay of, okay, just pre-drop everything and don't let the Oni get their first hit, or you get onto a bad map where every loop is strong and you can't get first hit anyway. I think that Oni is not as good as a lot of people think. We're like, there's such a heavy overvalue of the power of his flick, the power of his dash power, and especially because you're thinking of Lion's Fang, you're thinking of Splintered Hole, or Akito's Crutch, or is that all of the purple add-ons that I can think of? Like you're doing maybe the Yamaoka, there's the mask, the Oni mask add-on, and then the Tattered Wakashaz, I don't remember the name of the, there's like some add-ons that are just like weaker versions of the stronger ones that this killer suffers from. Yeah, Skeleton's right. Very much suffers like the feast or famine kind of killer. He's a bit weak because John M1 at the beginning, but honest God, despise him in power after his flick change. You cannot dodge. No, it's true. Yeah, like he is one of the best snowballing killers in the game, and I think that in the right situation, he's good. But saying that like Oni's good in the right situations just doesn't make me feel like he's actually all that strong. Even though he does have good map traversal, and even though he does have the pressure in that way, I think that stealth is really good against him. Because if he can't dash and find anybody while in Demon Dash, and people just kind of wait out his power, and if you misuse it in the wrong situation, you just don't do anything. You're just John M1 for the entire game. And I just don't find that as consistent as Clown. It's better than Wraith, because when you do Snowball, cool, it's a good power. But when you don't, alright, there's just not really much going on there, you know? Better getting around the map, better at getting power from Myers. I can see the argument. I just feel like Oni gets shut down so much more heavily with pre-dropping, because if you pre-drop against a Myers, he can still stalk you. And he can still like get his power out of that. On actually injuring and keeping them injured, but he's just an M1 to start and at worst from start to finish. Yes. And again, if we're considering things that survivors bring very often, We'll Make It, according to Nightlight, is one of the top 15 most common perks. Botany Knowledge is up there too. So you get totally ruined by healing builds, or you get ruined by survivors healing in general, which is also not great for him. So he just kind of suffers from healing. Okay. We got my boy. We got Deathslinger next. This is gonna be a rough one for me. Like, okay. The hard part about judging my own P100 on Deathslinger is that I know how good this killer can be, and how much people don't understand like how strong he actually is. But can I say that he's better in the 1v4 than Huntress? No. Can I say that he's faster than Wraith or even more consistent than a lot of the other people that I put in B-? I'm going to say no. I'm going to put him at the bottom of B- tier. Even though, like, Deathslinger can be so incredibly good and so incredibly potent. I love this killer to death, and I think that he's actually really, really good when you get used to him. You have to get used to him. And you have to know on Deathslinger how to play him. And there are so many little minute things about Deathslinger that I have seen other people who are just kind of average on the killer not really understand how to play. There's like, I was talking with a friend earlier today. We were watching the Rainbow Six Invitational, and he sent me a photo of Revium, who on their Twitter, they had posted a photo of like a double pallet spawn on Hawkins. And he's like, hey, if you played Deathslinger on this, what's the counter for it? And it's like, well, the counter is you sit at this corner and wait for the pre-drop, or you shoot over this specific like chair leg on this tile. And that inherent knowledge of positioning and knowing the timing of the chain and everything is not something that the average Deathslinger player is going to know. And because Deathslinger can be so incredibly punishing for missing your shots, and most people don't know what they can actually shoot through with this killer, I think that he just becomes a much slower version of Huntress for the average player. Now, I think that if I'm playing Deathslinger, I put him at top of B+, but I'm not. And so I'm not going to sit here and talk about like, oh, well, Oni, you know, has like cross map traversal and can insta down across the map. And the clown can sometimes win 50/50s really well. And then like try to bullshit my way into saying that Deathslinger is better than all of that. I don't know. I just don't think that that's correct for me to put him up higher. So I'm just going to keep him down here in B minus because even though I think he is stronger than Huntress, understanding that he's stronger than Huntress and understanding why and the actual application of making Deathslinger stronger than Huntress is so much more difficult than actually just playing Huntress. Like when you play Huntress, you just land your hatchets and you get injuries and you're good in the 1v4. With Deathslinger, you have to find the gaps and everything to make the chases really quick, and most people don't know how to look for those. And so I'll really want to keep him down in B minus here. No, I agree, because here, like, I do think that Deathslinger can be B plus. Like, I do think he can be A minus overall. I think that he can be good, but it's like when I've seen other people play Deathslinger, and it's like no shade to them, they're not as experienced as I am at the killer. I see like, oh, you could have shot over that, or you could have made that shorter, or you could have predicted the shot here or shot through this sort of thing. Like I see the game differently as a Deathslinger player than people who pick up Deathslinger do. And even with like the average kind of familiarity with him, I just don't think that he's consistent for a lot of people, unfortunately. Also, Corey, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Zoning, only shooting when it's a guaranteed shot, it's kind of nasty. That is true. Yeah. I mean, you do have that comparatively. It's very hard to react to Deathslinger at close range. It's very hard to... you're in deep wound, and so he does counter dead hard quite a bit. I mean, maybe that's something that puts him above Huntress. But the counterplay is, I'll just keep an eye on him. I'll just, like, stutter step occasionally. Just crouch there sometimes. Fake the pallet drop, and then hold W away from him when he's reloading, because it slows him down so much. It's, like, I want to say that my killer is really good, because I love him, and I love playing him, and I think that he has so much potential compared to a lot of other killers, but I just don't think that he has the lethality in most players' hands. Because we're pretty close on everything else. Yeah, I just don't want to... Maybe I'm, like, afraid of like, putting him too high on the tier list. Like, maybe I'm underestimating the average. Yo! It's a raid from Nina and friends. And a sub from Romu. Holy smokes. Hello, everyone. Welcome in.
Nina raid, Nina raid.
Indeed it is. Indeed it is a raid from Nina. Hi, everyone. Welcome on in. Hi, my name is May. I'm a Deathslinger main. And today we're doing a little exercise in rage bait, actually, which is that I am making a tier list of overall killer power. And we actually just got to Deathslinger. We were talking about how good he is overall. I think that, like, as in terms of if we're talking about an overall power level for the average player, I think that Deathslinger is worse than Huntress, but I can see arguments, like, Kasir and I are going back and forth on it, and it's like, he's kind of, for the average player, he's kind of B minus, I think. But that's how I feel. Oh, I'm so sorry, chat. I think those ads should be over now. They should be. I was trying to run them at the start of the hour there. My apologies there, or the half hour there. Sorry about that, Miso. But welcome in. If you suck at him, he's B minus. Yes. Hello, Creed. I am indeed live. Hello, hello. It is indeed the living hour. But we're just going through all the killers, kind of talking about my thought process on, like, where I think they sit in the overall tier list. There's gonna be a lot of killers in this, like, B minus. Hope you have a good stream. Well, thank you, Nina. I appreciate you dropping in your community here. I hope your stream went well. And we'll thank you for trusting me with your community, and we'll just keep on going through this tier list and, like, talking about the stuff. I can zoom in a little bit more there, John. That's a little bit more readable for you. Hopefully. Maybe if I scroll down here a bit and zoom. There we go. That might be easier to read. I will be lurking. Well, thank you for joining us from YouTube. I know that not everyone makes the pilgrimage over here. I appreciate your time. Thank you, John. I got negative sleep. I will be stealing your idea later, and I am just evil like that. What? How dare you? But no, please go right ahead. Always like his B plus. Got a good projectile that can pierce through tight openings, but he's hard to get used to. I don't see the difficulty as a weakness. When they're 30 plus killers, people not want to learn specifically can never reach their full potential. Yeah. No, I agree. Like, I think that the way that I'm considering a lot of this is just the average application. You know how to play Deathslinger. You know what his power feels like. But I'm trying to, like, avoid being, oh, but you're a professional at him. And if there's potential for it to be better because of how good you are at a killer, I just don't think that puts him higher. Also, his add-ons suck. I don't think it's even like the limited range that's a problem for Deathslinger versus Huntress. I think it's the 1v4. Like being able to get multiple injuries in such a short location and over such a short period of time is so much more valuable on Huntress for the average player than it is with Deathslinger. Oh, I agree, Kasir. I do think he's much better than Huntress, but I think that the average player doesn't know that. That's how I feel. Jacob, thanks for the follow, by the way. I appreciate that. Coming over from Nina's raid and all. His hook is so avoidable. Yeah, and you miss it and it's punishing and you have to reload and then you lose distance and you just hold W against it. It's just like, I don't know. I can't be like, I want to put him higher, but I don't feel like he's as consistent in a lot of other ways for most players, you know? Like Bubba versus Billy, yeah. Hello, Shade Fair. Welcome in. Hey, Callie. Welcome in. Secret just beat G2. Let's go! The evil has been defeated. Woo! Woo! Very happy about that, actually. Trapper and F, yeah. I'm sorry, Callie. Warden's keys into an oil can, yeah. And we're not trying to consider add-ons for this. I don't know. I'm so torn on Deathslinger, but I'm trying to like be as harsh against my bias about this killer so that it's not like, oh, but like if you do these things about him, it's like, no. Most people don't know how to do that. I'm a freak. I'm the one who knows all the positioning for him. Hey, thank you, Blu-ray. Welcome in. Anyway, I've yapped about this killer enough. We got to go on to the next one in the list, which is the Executioner. Oh, this is another weird one. This is a weird one. I think that Executioner can be like bottom of B+. But it's like maybe middle of B-, like maybe here, but it's like up here or down here. It's so conflicting for me. Maybe like more consistent than Oni, but not as consistent and easy to pick up as Clown. Like maybe here, you know? Because the reason why I have Oni down here is because if you just pre-drop against Oni, there's nothing that he does because he just becomes a basic M1 killer, and he's very add-on reliant. And Pyramid Head, thank God, after the add-on changes, is not as add-on reliant as he used to be. Oh my goodness. Ray, thank you for gifting for the 7 months at tier 3. Holy shit, dude. Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That is so incredibly generous of you. And Vadim, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate that. Oh, let me see what we were saying here. Slinger with Nemesis? No, I agree. They have the Dragon with projectiles and both have bad add-ons. When the community reception on Pyramid Head changed so much, I think that community reception on Pyramid Head changed a lot when people started learning how to double back more consistently against him. I think that... Also, hello, Deathly. I think that Pyramid Head is reliant on knowing how to do those frame-perfect flicks with Pyramid Head. And if you don't do that and you just zone with M2 and then M1, he's not much more effective than Clown in 50-50 pallets. Being able to get hits around pallets with Clown feels effectively the same as Pyramid Head, but also whiffing with Pyramid Head power feels terrible. Maybe Pyramid Head is better than Clown because you're not like an M1 killer, and you do have like the mini more output. Maybe I'll put Pyramid Head slightly above Clown because I think that your anti-loop is slightly better, and your ability to get downs quickly is slightly better. Like I've seen Pixie hit some incredible shots with Pyramid Head, and I've seen Fear and One Pump Willie actually plays or has played a bunch of Pyramid Head in his time. So I think that there's like something to be said about high level Pyramid Head play and how consistent the killer can be. But it's also, what is the average counterplay? Oh, just kind of double back occasionally when the Pyramid Head has power. Oh, if you're going to double back, then you just don't use M2 and then you hit with the M1. And it's always just like the constant like fake out kind of game. And I don't think that that's a consistent way to play. Even though it can get consistent hits and predicting movement does feel satisfying with Pyramid Head, it just doesn't cross that level for me where, you know, with Plague, you have corrupt power or you have that constant passive slowdown pressure with her and her ability to crush, especially solo queue players. It's just not nearly as consistent as her. Pyramid Head's not nearly consistent as that. Play several of the chains you don't over them, you don't have to pick up. Yeah. I wonder what Wholesome Chungus chill spot the Blight will be placed in. Surely Wholesome B tier, right? Well, yeah, B tier for Blight, as in BS tier. But yeah, that's how I feel about Pyramid Head. I think that there's something to be said about the average player counterplay being easier to do than the average player correctly making the right play. But with Pyramid Head, you only need to hit 2 hits for it to be good. And once you do get that ability, and you have the ability to fire it underneath hooks, and you have the ability to circumvent hook perks and things like that, it's like there's some things kind of going for him, but the good things that are going for him feel gimmicky, and the things that are against him feel really damning in a lot of ways. B for Bolsum, yes. We gotta get Blight moving up here. Okay, now we got Blight. Blight time. I mean, Blight's just, that's just an S tier killer right there. That's probably just the best killer in the game. You have mobility on basically no cooldown. You don't lose tokens for breaking pallets. You can break pallets super quickly. You can redirect yourself so easily against survivors. You clear the entire map faster than pretty much any other killer. You don't have the downside of losing your power when you bump into an obstacle like you do with Billy. It's like, there's no reason for Blight to be as strong of a killer as he is presently. There are a lot of things that I think to his power could be nerfed overall to knock him off of this top spot. And the reason why I consider him better than Nurse is because Nurse can occasionally whiff if the survivor is really good at winning their 50s on a pallet or something. Blight, on the other hand, breaks a pallet, immediately regains the distance. Immediately. Like, nothing is safe with this killer. I think the only time that you ever see Blight struggle is on some really bad indoor maps. And even then, you still clear a lot of distance on Larry's. You still are able to get consistent hits and make it so that the strongest thing that survivors have, which is being able to make distance with Sprint Burst and Lithe and all of your exhaustion perks, just doesn't matter. This killer also does not give a shit about endurance. Oh, you dead-hearted? Well, that's crazy. I'm the Blight. I can just catch up to you immediately and you gain no distance off of that. He's able to counter all of the strongest strategies that survivors have very consistently, has no cooldown practically for his power compared to a lot of other killers, and can shred through resources. It's like everything that a killer wants in a kit, the Blight has. And so I see no reason to knock him off of top spot here. Yeah, just go next. Just go next. S for sadly still S tier. Yeah, longer cooldown. I'd love for him to lose tokens when he breaks a pallet, like Kaneki does. The thing that I would actually really like would be that if he uses only 2 tokens, he still suffers the full 5 token cooldown. Make Blight 110? Yeah, force him to use his power. Needs like 7 nerfs to not make him top. Yeah. I don't know if you if any of you know Rainbow Six Siege. But there's an operator in Rainbow Six called Azami, and Azami throws out these like barricades that are bulletproof, kind of like drywall things. She can set them up anywhere, and she basically turns any location into like a defensive location. And when she first came out, these barricades were indestructible. You could only blow them up with explosives, which is a very expensive kind of gadget use in Rainbow Six. And so Ubisoft was like, okay, we'll make a nerf so that you can break them with bullets. And it still took you 1.5 magazines to break a single Azami wall with an AR. And then they nerfed her again, so that now you can take it down in like maybe 20 bullets on an AR, and DMRs are really good at clearing them now. But she's still one of the highest picked and banned operators in pro play. Like, she's still really good. And that's what Blight is. Even after so many nerfs or potential nerfs that you could put to Blight, he'd still be high tier. It's insane. Twitter ragebait, that's amazing. Well, that's what tier lists are. Also, hello, very forgettable. Not yet, at least. Existent nerfs every other killer. Yeah, which sucks, right? I hate the conversation of like, oh, this perk's really cool, and then the conversation turns to like, I don't know, but Blight can make really good use of that. It's like, yes, we know the Blight can be really good at using it. Let's just forget the problem child in the room. Let's forget the elephant sitting over there. My first Blight game, I hit every wall and I got a 4K. Yep. Used to main Doc and Fuse. Ooh, we've seen some Fuse play in the Invitational lately, mostly on Bank. Doc, I don't know if we've actually seen in a single round lately, but they did have that buff that like makes us let his stim shots heal you for 200 HP, which is insane. Anyway, moving on to Twins. Twins, I think, is like A tier, less than Spirit for the general player. The reason why I have Spirit higher than Twins is because Spirit is easier to pick up than Twins. But I still think Twins is very good. Being able to be in 2 places at once, preventing healing, encouraging people to not have to, or have to group up, which is not a common thing that you do, and kind of wasting time by forcing them to double up all the time. Twins is so good. The bugs are basically a part of their kit at this point, but even with the bugs that they have, the Twins is so oppressive in terms of the pressure that they can put out on the map overall. And the counterplay is not being in solo queue, or not even being in like an inexperienced duo queue, because this is a killer that you don't see very often, and so the counterplay is not nearly as apparent to a lot of survivors overall. They can end chase super quickly too. Like, after you kind of build up the initial points of damage in the early game, once you get Victor active and everyone's injured and you start downing people, this killer can snowball a result way quicker than she has any business, than they have any business doing. And so there is like a slight difficulty curve to learning the Twins, but once you kind of understand how the power works and you play more for slugging more than any other strategy in the game, this killer is so oppressive and can be in 2 places at once. And the only counter is that survivors have to grow up and stay constantly healed. And even then, you're wasting a lot of their time by forcing them to be in those positions. Average players are better at Spirit than Twins. Yeah, like Spirit's much easier to pick up overall. That's what some of the consideration is in here, is the average player going to have better results on Oni than Clown? I think that Clown is just like easier to pick up, and so you have better results with Clown. Is the average player going to have better results on Spirit or Twins? I think Spirit's easier to pick up, but Twins is still very good. The definition of A tier. Twins meta is survivor ignorance. Yeah. yeah, exactly, Kingdoms. Like, Legion does indeed like encourage that kind of counterplay. Okay, next up, we got Trickster. Let me swap to Trickster here. Oh, they're always miserable to play against. Twins, when you see them in game and they play well, it's so terrible. Oh boy, the Trickster. Where do I start with this? This killer is so hard for me to play, or not play. It's so hard for me to judge because I think they're terrible. I think he's awful. I think he's like worse than Bubba in C tier. But that's also Maybe no.
Trickster. Isn't he your main, May?
That's what the streets have been telling me, but I think the streets have been lying. Slightly better, slightly worse than Bubba. Maybe slightly better than Bubba because you don't get Tantrum. So I'm working on. I have been kind of toying with the idea of making a video where I'm talking about things that annoy me in Dead by Daylight. Just like a personal catharsis video. It's just like for, whatever, laughs, opinions, and that sort of thing. Trickster is one of the things that I hate the most in Dead by Daylight, that annoys me the most in Dead by Daylight, because there are so many times where I will tag people with my knives and then be like, damn, it would have been easier if I had just M1 them. There's a 1.25 second de-arming time. Like, you pull up your power, it's like 0.35 seconds to pull up your power, and then 1.25 to put it away. So if you don't actually have good knife usage, you're wasting 1.6 seconds just being like, oh, actually I should have used my M1 there. And it rage baits me every time. But I'm going to try and ignore that and try to think about, like, what is Trickster actually good at? And I think that Trickster is actually really good at applying a sort of stacking pressure to a lot of survivors. You can stack up the knives on survivors that are trying to go around vaults and pallets and things to the point where eventually they'll take an injury, and then you get main event and force them into an open area and force them to panic, and then you get the down from there. But I think that the conditions for Trickster with which to actually build up main event and with which to actually build up a laceration injury with the knives is so inconsistent. And there are other killers that kind of do what he does, but better in a lot of ways and a lot quicker. Like, I think that Pig gets injuries quicker than Trickster does, even though Trickster with main event can, really punish survivors that are out in the open comparatively to a lot of other killers. It is more looking at the potential of the killer than it is actually looking at the power of the killer. And I think that when your power is limited by the fact that you have to hit so many knives in a row, and your best strategy is like camping out hooks because you can chew through endurance, or slugging because it's better to try and build up main event multiple times. I don't see the strength in Trickster overall outside of what he can kind of passively apply over time. I got Limbo. I love this character. S for sexy as fuck. True. The one room in God Palette game in the game? Yeah. F for fuckboy, yeah. Seasonally B or B- when played efficiently. And I think, like, the average player might not play him as efficiently. Like, are you getting, when you compare to other projectile killers like Huntress and Deathslinger, are you really getting downs more quickly with Trickster than you are with these two? That's my feeling, I don't think that he's stronger than some of these other killers in terms of average player consistency, which is kind of disappointing, but he is at least slightly better than Bubba overall. Next up, we got the Nemesis, or Nemesis. I think the Nemesis is decent overall. I like Nemesis. I'm a big fan of Nemesis. I think Nemesis is like top of C tier, maybe like B tier below Deathslinger. I don't know. Like, Nemesis kind of gets shit on by people who just try to deny him his power usage. And if you don't tier up quickly enough in a game, Nemesis falls behind very quickly. Getting hits on survivors is not consistent with him, especially in the early game. He's super add-on reliant. Like, Marvin's Blood is basically a must-use every single game with Nemesis. It's like, I don't know. Is he good? You can shoot through pallets? Is he better than Oni? Is Oni too low? Maybe Oni's too low. Because I'm just saying, like, Oni can get denied so easily if you deny his power, and Nemesis you can deny his power even harder. And it's buggy as fuck. Like, you can do really good. Maybe Oni is a bit low. Yeah, you know what? Oni does need to go up. Oni needs to go up, like, probably above Myers, actually. Come to think of it. A high C for that. It's very hit or miss, yeah. And when we're not considering add-ons for this, the Nemesis needs Marvin's Blood to be functional and needs to get whips early in order to stack into tier 2 and eventually tier 3. Like, once you hit tier 3, he's great. But you also get denied getting your tiers up so quickly with Nemesis if you're not practiced with them. Now, there is, like, I am considering, like, kind of the average player knows how to hit a Nemesis whip, might even know how to whip drag if they've seen a Horserer video at some point in their life. But gets held back by being add-on reliant, gets held back by having the counterplay of survivors can actually just go up and kiss him on his cute little mouth, and prevent him from getting those whip drags. And if you're not accurate or you're not hitting every single whip, it can be so punishing to play this killer because you just lose to a lot of the basic strategies and counterplay, which is, just run into Nemesis. Just hold W away from Nemesis. Just crouch beneath the window against Nemesis. That sort of thing. And those are the things that you just can't really handle. He feels more consistent when he gets going, but he has to get going in order to be consistent. And when the consistency just kind of falls out the gate there, I want Nemesis to be good. I want him to feel good, but there's too much working against him in his kit for him to feel like higher than this. That's what I feel. Tier 2 with 2 fresh infections was really going to get tier 2 already. Is already a great step up. Yeah. But I also think that, like, I'm trying to consider what is the average Dead by Daylight player. Like, if I'm considering that, you know how to whip dragon, you can get 2 fresh infections if you're even given that. Like, Deathslinger would probably be higher on this list, but I just don't think that Deathslinger for the average player is better than Huntress. I think that Huntress is more consistent, and that's how I feel about Nemesis as well. It's just that he's not really consistent for a lot of average players. His lawn ornament zombies, they add to the aesthetic. That is true. That's my M1 Nemi, yeah. I agree, Kingdoms, yeah. If you lose with Blight, it's just a skill issue in some ways. Okay. We got the Cenobite, the Pinhead, second most recent chapter now to have left Dead by Daylight. Cenobite's weird. Cenobite is probably bottom of B-. Like, I don't think... Here's the thing. I think the passive slowdown that Pinhead has is good. And the counterplay, though, for Pinhead is super easy. But I don't think he's stronger than a lot of the killers here, but he's more consistent than the ones down here. Landing chains is a skill that you eventually learn with Pinhead. That's fine. Learning box logic is also kind of fun, and a bit of the macro play that the killer can play around. And being able to passively slow things down with Pinhead is, it's decent, right? But now you have to consider, what's the counterplay to Pinhead? Just break line of sight, turn a corner, pre-drop pallets, break the chains on the environment. That's super easy. So now you don't have Impaling Wire, you don't have Larry's Remains, you don't have Frank's Heart, all these sort of things, because I'm not trying to consider add-ons in terms of strength of killer powers. And the survivors can just pick up the box and run around with it for pretty much as long as they want, and then you just don't have that passive chain hunt available. Once you learn that counterplay, this killer just kind of falls off quite a bit. Also do the box midway and chase. Yeah. You closed it and I left. Exactly riled up. Yeah. But if you get solid chain hunt, you could be super oppressive. Right. If you do. Maybe he can be like map-wide oppression can feel higher overall. Like him being able to teleport to the box if the survivor solves it and they're making the misplay in that way can be okay. But I don't know. It's so hard for me to judge this character because I've played a decent amount of them. It's so hard to get a feeling for him because it feels like one of those solo queue kind of crushing killers like Plague is. But even then, in solo queue, they're like, oh, I know where the box is. Let me just go run into the box and counter this entire power. And that's why I'm okay with putting him in B- here. It's just, yeah, let me out your M1 now, yeah. Just know his Wraith in B-. Yeah, because he's really good at shredding through pallets and stuff. I've explained this earlier. And the trains break on the environment, and Dead Art doesn't counter the chain anymore. They didn't go through with that. Endurance does not counter the chains. That was a PTB suggested change. They did not go through with it, thankfully. Artiste. The artiste. Oh boy, the artist. I do like the artist. From a design standpoint, I like my zoning killers. I'm gonna put her above Pyramid Head in B-. Or right next to Plague. Like, I'm gonna put her here. She's okay. She is zoning the killer. But I think that a lot of people overestimate just how strong Artist actually is. Because if you get a long-range shot with the Artist, Crows, and you know where a survivor is, oh, counterplay. Let me jump into a locker and clear these Crows right away. Now you have to wait for your power to come back up in order to do anything. And then her power is, I'm going to zone you at this pallet. And then you take the M1 or you take the bird to the face. And the bird to the face is it's not preferable, obviously, so people will just leave the loop if they see you putting a bird down. And then you put a bird down another loop, and then they leave the loop when you see you putting a bird down. The way that Artist is countered is very boring overall. And I think that her cross-map sniping and ability is just not... It's not enough for me to really think that she's more consistent than the ones that we have up here in the overall thing here. Also, Cerugio, thank you for the follow. People love tier lists. We got rated by Nina earlier, which is really kind of her. Sorry for the ads, by the way. This outfit slaps. Yeah, the Boulay Brothers outfit is awesome. I got gifted it by a member of the community. She's a chase and recon killer. Yeah. Chase and recon. She's good for like map-wide information and good for zoning and playing in chase and everything. And she can end chases really quickly because like a bird into an M1 or an M1 that zones somebody into a bird is really good. But here's the thing. The reason why I'm not going to rate her higher is because she is uniquely screwed over more than any other killer by maps with elevation. So when you go to a map that has any sort of elevation, this killer just falls apart completely. You're like, okay, now I have to play like multiple floors, or you go to swamp and you just cry because you can't send your birds anywhere consistently because they'll go like down the hills of the swamp, or you'll be firing them off of one direction and then RPD is absolutely terrible, and anything on a hill is bad. Like anything that is not basically like the Coldwind, Autohaven, Macmillan core maps, Artist just suffers on so terribly. Even her own map, Eyrie of Crows, can feel really bad to play on because of the changes in elevation. So she gets good information. I think she's a really good chase killer, but she gets held back so much by how holding W is really good against her, and she gets held back by the fact that she's not really that great at long range. The main thing that she's good at for long range is getting information, but actually being able to act on that information just isn't quite as strong as these other killers. Like Myers can be way more consistent in 50-50 pallets than her. Yeah, Huntress and Pyramid Head, but with extra steps. Yes, and with more range. But which makes her higher tier, but not high enough to be A for me. Got RPD instead of I'm out, yeah. With Iron Maiden for added info and insta-downs. That is true, yeah. She is uniquely a killer that can use that perk, comparatively. Non-collision or follow terrain. That would be interesting if they could, but yeah. We'll see. Okay. Next up we have the Onryo. D tier killer. I'm so sorry to say, but I think Onryo is one of the weakest killers in the game. Because at least Legion kind of has a consistent chase power. Hag at least kind of has a somewhat consistent chase power that can turn into a good map traversal power. Onryo just feels bad to play. Like, sure, she has passive slowdown and you can teleport everywhere. And I had a video recently that I uploaded that was, playing around a screen build with Onryo. And I did get good results with her. But man, it relies on survivors' mistakes so much. Having her rely on, they're not paying attention to the amount of stacks that they have is not convincing counterplay. Or it's not like it's convincing counterplay for the survivors, and it's not a convincing strength for the Onryo. This poor lady, you're so reliant on bloody fingernails, you're so reliant on ring drawing, or if you bring like the iridescent add-on that allows you to teleport more often, or like I like running Wellstone that allows me to teleport more often. But man, you can get shut down so easily with this killer if people know what they're doing. Like, once people know, let me just grab a tape and carry this on me, and as soon as I get teleported to a couple times, I'll just go to the right TV, and it'll all be over. It doesn't even matter. Because you just don't apply direct pressure. You just kind of apply the idea of pressure, and then you become an M1 killer with a gimmicky stealth power. Like, you're a worse version of Wraith because you don't have the mobility. You're a worse version of Pig because you don't have the insta-death threat. You have to specifically hope that the survivor gets maximum stacks of the power and then insta-down them from there. It's like, I like Onryo. I really do like the idea of Onryo, but I just don't think that they're consistent. Outclassed by ever, the teleport killer, yep. You apply the idea of pressure. Yes, exactly. It's exactly what it is. Like, I don't mean to be like shitting on Onryo players or anything. I really do like the killer. Like, Legion's also one of the killers that I play very consistently, and I actually don't mind playing Onryo. But when a game just doesn't go well for Onryo, it's like, I just didn't have anything I could do. She's so bad, yeah. So unique. Good at punishing mistakes, and then they learn to not make up to the first Onryo game. They're like, yeah. Condemned in favor of bouncing around being jump scare M1. Yeah, I think that once you stop getting the value of being jump scare M1, it just, I don't know. You have other killers that do a lot of what she does way better. That's how I feel. I don't understand her kit at all. So you have TVs that are all across the map. Teleport to a TV. Any survivor within 16, 18 meters of the TV receive a stack of any TV on the map, I should say. Receive a stack of condemned every time you teleport. Once a survivor reaches 7 stacks of condemned, the next time that they are downed, they can be instantly moried. Additionally, when you teleport to a TV, you gain a little burst of movement speed, and that can be used to lunge. So you get a little extra M1 attack there. And she can manifest and demanifest. When she demanifests, she becomes undetectable and is harder to see from a distance. But like Wraith, when he's in Bell form, she cannot attack survivors. She can only break pallets. However, if she gets stunned with a pallet while in demanifested form, the pallet phases right through her and she can instantly break the pallet, or she can break the pallet instead. Like, she doesn't have to wait for a stun animation. And when she's demanifested, she doesn't have collision. So you can walk through survivors and then remanifest and then M1 them. So it's like, you have some little things here and there. But effectively, she is just an M1 killer that kind of has a little side minigame idea. And not much else. You can teleport, but the survivors can shut down your teleports. You can apply stacks of condemned, but survivors can remove their condemned really easily. You can swing at people outside of TVs, But if you're not bringing brutal strength or any way of really reliably playing around pallets or rapid brutality or sloppy butcher to give them more passive slowdown, the killer just doesn't have a very good power. I can't hook them all over this. They can't be condemned. No, if you hook somebody, it actually locks in stacks of condemned that they can't cleanse. So survivors return tapes to the correct TV across the map in order to remove their stacks of condemned. If you hook a survivor, it will permanently give them 2 stacks of condemned that can't be cleansed. That's it. That is it. Get condemned on this and then murder. Yeah. I think, I don't know. I've played enough Onryo that I know how weak she can be, because it's like she has so many so many components, and all of them are the weakest version of it. It's incredible. You don't have the insta-kill pressure of the pig where you have to get the trap off, and so it is a slowdown. It's like, oh, let me just mosey on over to this side of the map and plug it tape into the TV. It's just not. It's nothing. It's nothing. It's so disappointing. With her phasing after manifesting, that is true. Yeah, she is strangely complicated too. I do agree. At least she was super strong during the Blood Moon event. Yeah. You have to drop the jerry cans in order to pick up a tape, and so if they have the tape, they can't repair the blood generators. Which is like something, but that's it's so gimmicky. Yeah, poor Onryo. I think she's not very good. The Dreg. This is a controversial one. I know that KMD will spawn in here once he hears me talking about the Dredge. I think the Dredge is slightly weaker than Nemesis. No, you know what? Oh, is that right? Dredge is such a difficult killer to tier list as well. I feel like Pinhead. I feel like Dredge is like Pinhead, in that I don't really have a full grasp of how strong the average player actually is on him. And maybe the average player is just like slightly weaker than Nemesis on Dredge. Like Pig and Dredge feel very similar to me, in the sense that you see a pig crouching, okay, you just hold W away from the loop. Oh, you see the Dredge placing down a remnant, you just hold W away from the loop. Nightfall is a gimmicky power that is just meant to disorient inexperienced survivors. And the cross-map teleport's nice and all, but it's like, I don't know, you win 50-50s with them. Woohoo! You win 50-50 pallets. That's like the thing that it's really strong at. And I think there's a lot of other things that passively work for it as well. The teleport's nice and consists, but it's not consistent across maps because of the locker placements. You go to Coldwind with a Dredge, and Coldwind Dredge is so miserable because you have lockers nowhere. You have lockers literally nowhere for the Dredge. And so that can feel really bad, which means that you have to play 50-50s around pallets. And then if you're not winning your 50s around pallets because the survivor is just like, I'm just going to hold W to the next loop because that's what you do against the Dredge, that counterplay is so easy to go with. You get the wrong map, you're dead. That's kind of it. Dredge is great because he gives you darkness revealed for every other killer. Yeah, you get the locker perk off of that, but it's only good in 60% of matches. Yeah, I think Dredge might even be slightly worse than Pig because
sign of a hard to tier or just outright bad killer. RNG based power.
That's a good point actually. H because the Nightfall screams are scary and spooky. Oh, they got me shitting myself whenever I play against a Dredge. I think Dredge is a killer that very much preys on people who are inexperienced against it. But if we're actually considering both sides having some experience against a Dredge, I think that Pig is slightly better because at least like Pig, you crouch and then you try to charge and it's like, oh, okay, well then they've left the loop. And that's something that I can just immediately work around. Dredge, on the other hand, that's the only thing that it has going for him. The only thing that the Dredge has going for it is the anti-loop and the Nightfall. And the Nightfall's a gimmick. Whereas Pig is like, I'm going to put a hat on you. Now you have a slowdown. Now I can go chase other people in the meantime and be stealthy and have 24-meter terror radius. Dredge doesn't have that. Instead, you have like the insta snap around to the pallet if the survivor doesn't hold W against you, and it can feel so incredibly tough to win games with Dredge. I like Dredge. I have no disrespect towards KMD whatsoever. I think that this killer is fun, but I don't think they're good. The perfect of its skins blocking 90% of the damn screen. They did fix that with the new one. The house skin was actually fixed. They didn't do that this time. Having a fourth of the map with no lockers. Yeah, Mother's Dwelling. The map is just so gimmicky. Why is the Deep Rift now part of the name? I think it's also really funny. I think this skin specifically, what's it called? Yeah, it's called the Mycelium Nightmare Deep Rift 3. I think that's what you're seeing up there. It's really funny. I can watch my favorite streamer. Hell yeah, we're talking about Dead by Daylight killers today. The perfect nerf of its skins. Yes, yes. Dredge is fun, but I think that fun doesn't equate to being a good killer, unfortunately. And just the simplest bit of counterplay makes this killer so invalidated. Oh no, it's the killer Deep Rift 3. Yep. We lost to Mycelium Nightmare Deep Rift 3. Yep. Okay. Next up, we have Wesker. It's Weskin time. This is another weird one, man. This is another weird one. It's so okay. It's giving worse than Pyramid Head and worse than Clown. It's giving this. And I know. Might be bad or biased, but I think he's A or B. Yeah. No, I think Wesker's really bad. Now that's controversial. I know. That's what it's giving. I think that Wesker's reputation is pretty much predicated on Wesker players knowing how to abuse the physics engine, which did become easier actually in the recent patch. Like they made it more of a base kit thing and made it more accessible for players to actually get good with this killer overall. But the reason why I think that Wesker is not nearly as consistent for the average player compared to Pyramid Head and Clown is because he still kind of falls victim to a lot of the regular looping conventions that a lot of other killers do. Even though you have map traversal, and even though you can 2-tap people, the odds of you being able to regularly 2-tap somebody with this killer is not nearly as high. I also think that the first aid spray is just not a very consistent slowdown thing. Survivors can kind of just ignore it if you have no pressure. If you're on a larger map, Wesker's not that great. If you're on a map where you just lose line of sight, Wesker's not that great. He loses to a lot of conventional tiles as well. It's just like, I don't know. I think that Wesker is a lot weaker than people give him credit for. Why does he have 500 million things to learn? Yes, exactly. Hello, Echo. Welcome in. We're tier listing killers today. This is probably my most controversial placement today. Is Wesker here lower than Clown and Pyramid Head? The overall placement of Wesker, I think, is just because that he's just not as potent as some of the other killers in the game. Yeah, what's up? Doesn't do much with the reset on Hook now. Yeah, because you reset down to 1% again, and it's only 4% hinder. And, like, sure, you get a grab and you can insta-down somebody, but that's only if they ignore getting the first aid spray. And he still has a 40-meter terror radius, which doesn't help. When most other killers don't. He was the only killer that had a 40-meter terror radius for the longest time. I think, like, passively he can apply a lot of pressure, but I also think that his reputation is preceded by people who know how to do hug techs on him. And when you have people who can be rather impressive with his ability to like flick the camera and then slam people into the walls, whatever, like whatever the people call everything tech. I don't know what it is anymore. But I think that You need to 100 unintended bugs to make him almost A tier. Yeah, exactly. Or a bending. Thank you, thank you. That's the one. Like there's specific things, movement texts that you learn with Wesker by dedicating a ton of time to him that make him supposedly stronger. That makes me think that the average player is just not going to be nearly as powerful as Clown throws speed bottle and run at you and beat you in a 50-50. Pyramid Head zone you on pallet, hit you with a 50-50. Wesker, on the other hand, I dash twice. Oh, I missed my dash. Now I have to run at you with my 115 after I have to wait for my charges to come back and then dash at you. Uwu bending, yes. So that's how I feel about Wesker, though, is that even though he does have map traversal, I just don't think he's strong in a lot of ways. I think his reputation precedes him. But when you actually do play a game of Wesker, it's like, wow, I really don't have much to go with here. Slamming against the wall if they hit the charge, yes. Without add-ons, his dash is limited. Blight been real quiet since his inception, yeah. Yeah, you do like what the leather gloves or the gold egg or Ouroboros vial to give everyone infection early. It's mainly for burst mobility and chase. Yeah, exactly. Hold on. That might be a scam there. Okay. Next up we got the Knight. I hate this killer. I don't have this is like a killer that I just cannot stand playing, and that's just because of the way that my brain works with him. It's a personal bias, and I'm gonna try to not use my personal bias again like the other killers to get this killer low in tier lists, but I do think that the average he's like kind of here somewhere. I'm not sure. Worse than Bubba, maybe? Could be worse than Bubba. I think like slightly worse than Bubba in terms of overall tiering. Like, I know, you just like, oh, you could put him up in B tier and stuff. But here's the thing. I know the counterplay tonight, and it's very boring. And it is so incredibly easy. If you have the jailer chasing you, just hip check a window. The jailer will run to the window and then chase after you. You just keep hip checking the window over and over, and the jailer will prioritize going to touching the window instead. Really good in chases where he can finish a chase quickly, like with Assassin and two-tapping people inside of a tile and doing like these pincer movements. And some maps in particular he does really well on. And being able to occupy somebody for a certain number of seconds is way more powerful than a lot of other killers like down here can be. But when that counterplay is brought out, which is incredibly easy and brain dead, this killer just does nothing. And then you have to be like, okay, well, now that I've used my power, it's on cooldown for 20 seconds. So then I have to wait for 20 seconds to use the jailer and I become an M1. Or if I have the jailer chasing somebody and I want to use Carnifex in the middle of this chase so that I can break a pallet right away, well, I lose my pressure on that person because I take the jailer off of them, and then I use Carnifex to break the pallet. Oh, actually, no, I can't use Carnifex to break the pallet because this survivor decided to run away from the pallet because they saw that I was going to be using Carnifex to break the pallet. It's like the counterplay for Knight is very simple and very boring, and the power itself feels more gimmicky in a lot of applications until you actually get around to using pincer movements. And I think that makes it so much more gimmicky than any other killer in here. Like, Doctor's at least strong in some loops and can deny resources if you learn the timing a little bit better than I have. But Knight, I don't know. I don't know, man. Where do I even put this guy? Is that a right assessment? is my assessment there then like, oh, maybe he's actually like kind of Nemesis tier, like higher C overall, maybe high C? Better than Pig? Definitely better than Pig. I think C is correct. I don't think that Knight is stronger than a lot of the killers that I've put in B-. That's how I feel. He deserves less. C is fine. Deathly hates this guy up top. I agree with you. I do not like playing against Knight. I do not like playing as Knight. But putting biases aside, I think the average player is like C tier with him. But putting my queen in D, I'm so sorry. It's an unforgivable sin from me. We started to post some rage bait now. Oh, that's what the plan is, Derek. Yes. That's why I'm here. Maybe I'm lost. Maybe. I think that Knight's like one of the killers that is just difficult to know the counterplay right away for, but once you know it, there's just nothing much you can do. Do we even need... Alright, let's go Skull Merchant. Do we even need a discussion on Skull Merchant? No. I don't think we do. I don't think I need to spend any time on this. Just... no, we all know S. That's true. S for Skull Merchant. Super hell tier. Slightly better than Ghostface because of 2-tap potential. The hinder sometimes tag survivors, but I don't know. I don't see a lot of strength with Skull Merchant. You just kind of saunter your runway hip flaring walk at people and then M1 them, and that's kind of it. Definitely weaker than Trapper, yeah. A lady with blade, you just hit the catwalk. Yeah, you do the run, like you know how she walks. She like flares her hips out like she's on a runway, like a catwalk walk. She saunters, yes. They also just nerfed her too. Yep. She's better than Trapper. Owl's Actually, no, you're right. You know what? I'll take that. She can get undetectable in haste more consistently than Trapper can, without having to really slow herself down. Yeah, they haven't nerfed her since... They changed her power around, like undetectable and recall, like being able to have that on demand is better, for sure. For sure. But still, like, one of the worst killers overall. Okay. We are indeed Melody, yes. That's why it's the Twitter rage bait content for today. Do. Singularity. I think Singu is pretty damn good. Better than Spirit and Twins as well. Not better than Billy, for sure, but I think that Singularity being able... Once you understand, oh, let me just put cameras around generators and then just kind of monitor these high areas, and you understand the rhythm of playing Singularity, this killer can be very easy to pick up and very potent in slowdown overall. Because you just have so much map pressure consistently with this killer. Being able to just have constant meatball pressure on people, even though it's like, oh, just grab the EMPs. It's like, okay, well, you grab the EMP, but then I can go back and reset the camera and put an EMP back on, and then now you've wasted time grabbing the EMP. Like, the amount of time waste and the amount of information you can get in the map traversal and breaking the ability to win chases quickly because of overclock. There's so much that Singularity has working for him that makes it more consistent than Spirit and Twins. Like, Spirit and Twins, you kind of have to finesse to get done correctly. Singularity, you put cameras on top of gens, or in, like, high areas that overlook a lot of the map. You put meatballs on people, and you teleport to them. And you just win chases over time. I think that this killer is exceptionally good, and has been for a while, and I'm tired of pretending that he's not good. Apply super pressure and become a complete Nightmare during endgame. And yeah, maybe like slightly worse than Spirit, but like in the 1v4 though, Singularity, yeah, no, there is a bit more of a learning curve to Singu. I think Spirit is easier to pick up. than Singu. So we can just put it up here. I'm okay with that. I think that Spirit, yeah, is reasonable here, but I'm definitely not going to put him any lower than A tier. But I definitely don't think that he's trying to contend with Freddy for a spot. So much more consistent overall. I do, and I'm tired of pretending he isn't. Yes, exactly. Exactly. But no, good killer. Definitely a really good killer. One that, even though the counterplay for Singularity is easy, not a lot of people know it. And a lot of people end up messing up the counterplay in Chase, too. Alright, Xenomorph. Oh, I have the Gooner skin on. Uh-oh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, chat. I don't mean to have this. I thought people hate how strong he is. Oh yeah, no, I don't think that he's bad at all. Do. You were the chosen one. I know, I'm a terrible person. Alright, the Xenomorph. Slightly better than Nemesis. But the counterplay is very easy for Xeno. Is that it, though? Is that right? Slightly better than Nemesis is how I'm feeling, though. Because when you are in power, and you can get tail strikes consistently, it's pretty easy to learn. Counterplay, put turrets down. Okay, well, that's kind of annoying, but that's not on the killer side of things. But when survivors know how to use that counterplay and run the double turrets and know to not, like, pre-drop in front of her face and just, like, pre-drop way ahead of time, she does lose a lot of potency, unfortunately. And the short range just doesn't give her the consistency of a lot of the killers that are kind of in the overall B tier. Or you agree to Rock, yeah. I don't know. Maybe we can put you up here a little bit. I think for the average player, like, you can be slightly better than Slinger with Xenomorph because of your ability to get really quick 2-taps. When you get quick 2-taps, she is so powerful. If you have other survivors standing nearby and you can just consistently dish out tail strikes, she can be really good. But then the counterplay is, let me place turrets down and run the survivors to turrets. Or the survivors run you to turrets overall. And so it's like, okay, well, you get burnt out of power, which means that you have to go for M1s and break turrets and then go back into the tunnels. But considering that you do have the tunnels, which gives you decent information, and you're able to jump scare survivors across the map, I think that Xeno has a couple of good things going for them. Now, a bad map like Midwich really sucks to get with them. But even then, the 2-tap potential is more consistent than being able to land shots at Deathslinger. And also, you can down with the power, which makes it more consistent than Deathslinger. And you can't really be denied your power like you can with Nemesis. Like, when you have your tail strike, if you miss your tail strike, you're like, oh, okay, if I'm not near a turret, then I still have my tail strike available. You still have that. And you can break turrets in the boxes. Yes, that too. Map traversal makes it so much better than anyone to see. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Yeah, that's what I'm feeling. I think this is a fine placement here. Oh yeah, so when survivors interact with the tunnels, they pop open the box, and then they pull the turret out. And so when they pop the box open the first time, if they haven't pulled the turret out, you can break it on top there. She's next to Pyramid Head. The Kame one. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I think she's simple enough. You know what, I'd agree with that. Because the map mobility is nice, the information is good, the learning curve for landing tail strikes isn't particularly high, and she can fold a lot of survivors. Now, the counterplay is really easy. once you understand how to counterplay. But yeah, that's what I think. I think I agree with like that kind of tiering for the average player. Being able to get downs with Tail Strike is such a consistent boon for her. You can end chases so quickly with this killer. Okay, Chucky. Oh god, Chucky's a weird one too. Maybe like below Wraith, slightly. Better than Huntress and Deathslinger though. No. I don't think so. I think Chucky has the same problem that Deathslinger does in that he cannot spread pressure in the 1v4 particularly well. Even though he does have a good mobility power, has a lot of distance that he can clear with it, the camera lock ability in and of itself makes the counterplay for this killer super simple, and he can't spread pressure consistently. But if you're in a solo queue game, and you're playing stealthy, and you're playing in a way that survivors have a hard time tracking you, Chucky can feel so oppressive and can actually do really well. And so being able to get that power back and dash at people and possibly use Scamper to redirect survivors and everything is just a little more consistent. I think that that's better than a lot of the cast that is below him has to offer. And even if you miss, it's like, okay, cool, 12-second cooldown, I have it back up again, and I'm hard to track, and I'm tiny, and also can make a lot of distance and clear. There's the lingering hitbox that you can get with Chucky after releasing his power is a lot more potent than a lot of people realize. You can catch people out in the open really easily with it. You can catch people going around specific pathways really easily with it. Once you learn the timing with Chucky and learn the way to aim Chucky, I think that he becomes a lot better, but he's definitely not the best. And I think that there are other killers in B- that are just more consistent at getting hits, but there is a level of consistency that I've been able to find with Chucky that's just good, you know? Pseudo stealth killer is louder than a lumbering hunk of metal through sheer voice while he never shuts up. Yeah. That is true. Most Chucky mains say he's C tier. I wouldn't disagree with that fully, but I think a lot of the killers that we have in C tier are like reliant on a mistake rather than engaging in proper counterplay, is how I feel. Like, Nemesis relies on survivors not knowing how to dodge the whip early and not giving him early tears. Whereas Chucky is like, okay, well, if I actually just predict the movement correctly, then that feels a lot more powerful overall. Lullaby virus, sheer yap. Yeah. It says their killer is C tier. That's true. Deathslinger C tier. Oh, we weren't even on Chucky the whole time. We were still looking at Xenomorph for that. Sorry about that, Chucky. It's, you know, we just wanted to stare at Mommy Xeno the whole time for that. But now we got our next killer, which is the Harmless. And I mean, the Harmless kind of lives up to its name, right? We, gosh, man, this is going to be a really controversial placement too. But the big boy in C, probably around the same tier as Trickster, I feel. Maybe we could try and like move him up or down slightly, but the Harmless is so difficult. So difficult to figure out where exactly in C tier he goes, because you have the cross-map teleports with the effigies, but you have to kind of place them at the right location in order to get the best use out of them. And the best counter for a unknown player is to run into them when you hear them charging up the power, and then run away when you hear it powering down. Then you have to hit them 3 times in order to actually get a good result. You know, you have to hit them once with the power, and then hit them a second time to get them injured, and then hit them a third time to down them. Now, I know it's like a component to be like, hey, you can't just AoE grenade launcher and nuke an entire group of survivors all at once. That's fine and all. But I think that the power itself, not being able to look straight down like Henry can, for example, makes this killer so incredibly weak. You just become an M1 killer that gets countered by any sort of short pallet 50-50. Now, if you can predict things properly, sure, it's fine. It's good. But I think even like slightly lower than Trickster is fine because you don't really have the mounting pressure that Trickster can because of the ability to remove the weaken. And, yeah, like Gun said, you can't really... The teleport that you have to place is reliant on actually going physically to the location and plopping an effigy down there. And that can get cleansed. There is so much more interactivity that the survivor has with his power compared to what the unknown can actually do with its power. And that sucks. Like, this killer needs so much help in its overall power because do you want to use your UVX? Well, the survivor's just going to run into you for that. Oh, do you want to use your teleport? Well, the survivor's probably just going to cleanse your clone if it's nearby an objective. Like, you can't really place it as effectively as Demogorgon portals or anything like that. Average unknown player is not going to be Bushido with trick shots. Yeah. Like, or One Pump Willie also plays a lot of unknown. Or you can even ask Revium. Like, Revium has played a lot of unknown as well, and they know the relative weakness of this killer. Like, I can get good results with the unknown, which is a video that we have coming out tomorrow. There's a video that'll be tomorrow of me playing an unknown build, but even so, there were a lot of things in there where it's just like, damn, if I could have done one thing slightly differently and not made this one minute mistake, or I was playing a different killer, the unknown would have been a lot stronger than that. And unfortunately, it's a case of playing the unknown. Like, in a lot of the scenarios that I might even make it lower than Bubba, honestly. But in a lot of the scenarios in those games that I was playing the unknown, it was like, if I had a killer that had an AoE hit that you could hit with the cleave, or you had the stacking pressure from the Trickster, it would have been better than playing the unknown. That's how I feel. For the average player, especially. Because the counterplay is so easy to figure out. Okay. The original Vecna. Oh, it is one of the coolest Rift skins. It's very cool. We can remove him to spell and then make it teleports more in control. I see Quiet Kills playing him. I have Clone, yes. Has a linger, so if he's even shittier to play unknown, yeah. The first Vecna. Yeah, well, yeah, that one. Mr. Purple. The purple guy. Wait. Anyway, Vecna. This is a weird one for me, because I really don't like playing Vecna. I wanna put him in B- so badly. I'm such a sucker for this B- tier. I wanna put it low B+ even. But it's so gimmicky. I feel like his power is such a gimmick. B- but above Wraith? Like next to Xeno? I can buy that, yeah. I think that Vecna, the original, the Lich, has the ability to fly around the map, and you have fly from the start of the map, so that gives you a lot of pressure immediately. You have Dispelling Sphere, which gives you decent information. You have the Skeletons that catch survivors that are mispositioned. You have the Mage Hand that prevents survivors from camping pallets. And all of that is fine. All of that is fine. But I also think that if you mistime something slightly and the survivors know the slightest bit of counterplay against the Lich, this killer does not do anything. You misuse the Mage Hand one time, and you don't have like the proper cooldown, because I don't know if this was changed after the buffs or not, but if you use Mage Hand at the wrong time, and the survivor like runs into you while you're waiting on the cooldown, the survivor can just wait for the pallet to be the animation to complete and drop the pallet again immediately. And then you just don't have a power for 25 seconds. So proper use is good, but improper use you just get shut down immediately. And that kind of feels like how Xenomorph plays, too. So I'm okay with like the placement here overall for me. Okay. Dracula. Power not strong enough to justify the building counters through items. Yep. Equip one add-on, suddenly he's a whole tier up. Yeah. But I can't, like, I have to, in fairness, can't, like, just think about add-ons overall. The Drac. My least favorite. One of my least favorite killers in the game, too. Definitely a better spirit, right? In some ways. But not quite. But also, for average players, it's not... This is a weird one again. Like, the whole average player thing is hard to say. But I really do think that Dracula is very good. I think that Dracula is very, very good. He's easier to pick up than a lot of these killers. Because you have map traversal, you have the kind of lullaby of the bats, you have the flame power that can hit through a lot of things, you have the dog power, which gives you that redirect dash that's very hard to react to, and you break pallets with it if it works out well, and then you get haste off of it when you're in wolf power. There's so many things that Dracula has kind of going for it that getting it down with him feels like an inevitability. And the only thing that makes him difficult is just knowing the limitations of each individual power. But I don't like playing Dracula, but I can't deny that getting a wolf hit and then transforming into bat to chase after somebody and then transforming into vampire to get the fire down or get the M1 or transforming back to wolf to get a dash attack after you close distance with the bat form feels really powerful. Like, being able to consistently do that, once you learn the little bit of baseline knowledge of this killer, it's just so much more consistent than a lot of the other killers in here. Dracula almost plays himself to a certain level and becomes more consistent than a lot of the other killers. Good mobility, good chase power, really hard to react to, especially the wolf form, because the killer has like full control of the second dash. You can double hit on unhooks, which is stronger than a lot of other killers can. It's just, he's just good. He's just good all around. And once you understand the base level of how to actually play this killer, I think that he's one of the top killers in the game. Plus the mobility, yeah. Yep. Counterpoint to any reason you don't like him, he's really sexy. I like men as well. Like, I'm pansexual. I am cursed with any ship in any port in a storm, kind of thing. There's no, that's not a problem for me. Alucard is hotter though, yes. Plus the mobility, yeah. We're almost done with the tier list roses, yes. I love men. Now you know. I am cursed with knowledge. Yes. Yeah, Goon, if we're saying that... Okay, now we're on to Houndmaster. If we're saying that Houndmaster is B- with all of her bugs, a solid A tier below Twins, but her bugs bring her down, I think we can meet in the middle and say that she's kind of like slightly better than Artist.
Enough about power rankings. What about the sexiness rankings?
Well, I mean, we can get around to that later. We can always get around to that later, Mediocre Man. Had to go get mail and walk the dog? Yes. Oh no, it'll be top of S tier. You like the spaghetti monsters, I get you. But yeah, Houndmaster. Houndmaster, I think, can go solidly here in B+ tier. In the sense that she does have the same kind of zoning potential that the Artist does, but doesn't really have the same level of consistency that Myers does, and also doesn't have the map traversal quite like Oni does when he actually has his power active. But being able to put her... You have the map traversal and the cross-map information. You have the incredible zoning power of her. I've seen some people pull off some really good delay hits with the dog, that when you get a little bit of practice on this killer, she becomes so strong. And with a little bit of practice as well, I think she can be relatively good and consistent. And also, unlike Artis, doesn't have nearly as punishing of a cooldown. Doesn't have nearly as punishing of a counter to her power. So I think she's good. I don't think that she's like levels of consistency above a lot of the killers above her, but she's still good, you know? Watch your back, man. What do you mean? Has she ever been functional? No. She would be consistent if she worked. Yes. So in theory, higher, but in application, we're not sure if the inconsistency is because of the average player problems or because of the killer bugs. You know what I mean? Below the clown? Yeah. Vecna has so many gimmicks in his kit that it's like, would you rather pull up a pallet and then hold a pallet and maybe it actually goes up correctly and maybe somebody doesn't dodge your skeletons every once in a while, or super speed around the back of a pallet and end the chase immediately with hinder bottles? It's just, I don't know. I think Clown's way more consistent than a lot of people think. She may have bugs, but she does work. In theory, yes. All right, Mr. Kaneki Goon is one that's going to piss a lot of people off. I think here. Kaneki did get nerfed a couple of times. There was the, like, kidnap exploit that went around for a while. There was the, now that they lose tokens on breaking pallets, which, hey, Blight, Blight needs this change too. There are some things that, and also if Kaneki like tries to vault over a pallet, you can actually phase through him and vault back over the pallet, and his power is just kind of useless around it if you don't know what you're doing correctly with him. The thing is that being able to vault across the map and get a tag and get in raged form is very easy. And being able to vault across the map and cancel power and like slide power cancel and prevent people from getting to windows and pallets and body block is incredibly easy to learn. Once you understand those two things, you beat probably a solid 80% of survivors. Now, I think that some survivors do also can actually learn the counterplay to him, and there are some things that he's not the strongest at, and I've seen some really disoriented Kaneki players not know how to play him well. But I still think that even despite all of that, he's still consistently one of the best killers in the game because of the pressure that he can apply and because of how good he just is. Being able to dash across the map, get an injury with Enraged, then get an extra dash, and use that dash to then dash across and cancel the power and body block so many different resources across the map is such an underrated component, and it's really easy to pick up and learn. Like, once you understand that, okay, yeah, that's pretty good. It's easier than Spirit because you don't have to listen for sound effects. It's easier than Singularity because you don't have to place down cameras. And it's easier than Twins because you don't have to, play Twins. Oh. He belongs in S for Screamin'. Yeah, it's true. And learn how to play against him. Yeah, I think, like, Kaneki he's really bad on 50-50 pallets, especially against people that are not experienced with them. Trevor Entwined is lovely, yeah. Annoying ass menu animations. Yeah, I have my game muted right now, but I can see that boy screaming his head off. Taba's not here. This isn't Deadlock. Well, yeah, because I'm working on other things right now. Hello. Hello, Shable. Hello, hello. Okay. Spangborp. Springdrape. The Spingus Bonkus. Slightly more consistent than Wraith. Yeah. Yes. 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 Definitely higher up here, potentially lower though. Yeah, yes. Probably slightly higher than Nemesis, yes. Trying to think. I'm trying to think here of like what he has. Yeah, I think this is fine. So the reason why I think that Springtrap's not nearly as strong as Huntress, especially in the 1v4, is because if Huntress misses, it's like, okay, cool, you have another axe available. If Springtrap misses, you don't. You land an axe in the middle of their back, and it's like, okay, cool, yeah, you can get the pull, you can get the animation, and hook somebody really quickly, and you're able to two-tap people very quickly that way. You do also have, like, orbitals, which are much more the most consistent kind of, like, orbital ability out of anybody. You can hit around tiles that you really should never be able to, even more than Deathslinger can. But that also comes with, like, extreme amounts of experience over time. That being said, you miss the axe, you don't have a functional power. You become M1 guy, and you are countered by a lot of really high pallets and loops and everything, and you're a loud ass bunny, so your stealth isn't very effective. Your doors aren't very good at traversal because they just kind of telegraph where you're going to be going to. And it's just, he's just like, okay, he's fun. And I think he's definitely better than Nemesis because you're not reliant on tearing up your power. But if only just. Like, I think top of C is reasonable for the average player thinking about playing him. Now, I think of playing him like Deathslinger. And so I'll like start pulling the power around, going around corners, and I know the hitbox of the axe a little bit, somewhat consistently, and so I feel like I do have a decent grasp on the power, but I don't feel like he's stronger than a lot of the other killers that I've put above him in that way. So that's how I feel. So we'll put him up there. We'll put him in C. Now the map mobility doesn't matter for this killer. You are almost never using the doors, like basically never. If you ever watch Taba play Springtrap, he's like never, the Springtrap is never in the doors ever. It's just too much pressure that you lose by going into the doors. The Krasu. What a weird killer. This is a killer that I'm gonna have a really hard time tiering as well. The two-tap potential is really good. I think probably here, below Freddy. Because Freddy is just meh. I mean, even then, is it really that good? You don't see Krazu at all. At all anymore. So nobody really knows the counterplay, which kind of makes her decently strong. And if you learn how to play her, she's like, yeah, you can tag people with the infection and then swap to head form and then two-tap them because it's hard to, the counterplay is hard to understand, especially with the mobility that she has and the manual scamper and all that sort of stuff. But the nerfs that she had overall is like, it makes her significantly harder to play, for one, and for two, her counterplay is body blocking in head form. So you have to swap back to body form to then use the spit to then tag and then go back to head form, and she loses a lot of time for that. Are survivors going to generally know that counterplay? I don't think so. And I think the power is easy to pick up enough, and you do get decent results with it, to the point where I can see her being top of B+ tier because she is consistent.
More like the cross news. Thank you,
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
be here all week.
The power is clunky and weird, I agree. Chicken head bumps her up, but that is unfair. Yeah, it's like, iridescent coin makes Deathslinger stronger. Can't really make that argument, you know? Plus all the perks suck, yeah. Which we're not going to consider in this tier, but I do think, I think she's good. I think she's more consistent than Oni because of her ability to apply the mark and get the two taps around pallets, but I don't think that she's a good enough killer to consider placing higher than this. Potential woman, yeah. I think that's it. Low A, high B, so I'll keep her high B. That's how I feel about it. Banging killer design, the most boring killer ever. Yeah, for real though. And unfortunately, I can't play her at all because the motion sickness that I get from playing her. Alright, chat. The last killer. Oh, but actually the first, the Henry. I think Henry is high A somewhere. Probably below Kaneki. I think below Spirit. I think below Spirit is perfectly reasonable. And the reason I say that is because misplaying with Henry is pretty easy to do. Like if you don't understand the timing of the rupture and all, you can fall behind pretty darn quickly. But the 2-tap is fine, but then the time that he has like for the 2-taps is like good. But then the counterplay is just kind of run in weird directions. Just hope that he keeps missing, and hope that he keeps missing. Maybe that is actually like potential to put him higher up here. You just kind of hope that he keeps missing for the rest of the game, and he has an okay mobility power as well. Like he can get around the map really quickly, which is nice. So that mobility is good, and he's a lot simpler than the killers that are beneath him. Like I think the reason that these three are further down here in terms of overall power is because they're not as easy to pick up. Henry's really easy to pick up compared to a lot of the other killers. It's just like, oh yeah, you press M2 and you explode the ground. You explode the ground. You explode the ground. Yeah, path weirdly when you hear the vine noise and hold W for undergate. Yes. Like the counterplay is really easy for the survivor side of things. But I think that the thing about Henry, what makes him so strong overall, is that he is a killer of not if, but when you get hit. And even if you whiff 10 times in a row in the early game, if you do end up landing that 2-tap towards the end of the game, all right, cool. Now you've got yourself back in the game, and the entire dynamic has shifted. And it's not nearly as difficult to play as these killers down here. These killers are slightly difficult to play, but once you get a grasp on them, they're more deadly than Henry, I feel. So that's how I feel about him. And yeah, I think that kind of looks like the tier list, but I want to go back over it and think about some of the things that I've said here. I think this is fine. I think my A tier is pretty solid overall, just considering that the average player doesn't know how to play Singularity as well as they would Spirit or Henry. B plus, I feel like I might have rated Freddy a little bit too highly overall, so I might move him down somewhat, like slightly worse than Houndmaster. Maybe even move Artist up. Put Freddy down here. Plague is fine. Pyramid Head's fine. Wesker I'm going to keep down here too. Pinhead. Do I like Pinhead there? I might even move Wraith down. I was thinking like Wraith is more consistent overall, but maybe not. Maybe down here. Kosita was in here earlier, yeah. Wraith is pretty consistent. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, the consistency for Wraith is just so good. That's why I think I'd keep him there. And then Huntress, Deathslinger. Deathslinger's just not as good as Huntress in the average player's hands, I think. Chucky feels so punishing. Maybe we swap Chucky and Springtrap, actually. Come to think of it, put Chucky at top of C. C for Chucky tier. Oops, there we go. Nemesis here is fine. Night, Pig. Yeah, I think that's good. I think that's like how I feel overall about the killers right now in Dead by Daylight. Considering no add-ons, no specific strats, no perks, and just thinking about like if the average player were to pick them up and start and understand their power and give like some general tips on how to play them, how easy would they be able to pick them up and actually get good results with them? And I think that this is pretty average, because then a lot of these killers do have like easy counterplay and all of that. But that's how I feel. That's how I feel. And actually, the real thing is that Deathslinger goes all the way up in S tier, and that's it. That's the whole video, everyone. It's all over. 8 meters larger than average? Yeah, right? Why would you ever say that a 40-meter tear radius killer is actually S tier? Alright, sick. Why am I do? There we go. Power trash. The fact it makes me look at my beautiful stinky man, the unknown, and get sad trash. Yeah, you tag people twice with the Henry, and he gets to injure people with any direct impact with his power for a full minute. Whereas you do that with the unknown, and the unknown's like, well, I guess you're just not injured now. All right, chat. That was a good bit of discussion and just kind of like going over the overall tier list of killers. I think I feel pretty good about that. Yeah, he gets to shoot it for free so many times, like, and also you can't cleanse the you can't cleanse any of the World Breaker tokens that you get, so you're just always under threat. What's the final list? That there. That's the list. We rearranged some things as time went on. But that's how it feels. Get your screenshots in now. Cancel me on Twitter. And there you go. I'm going to play some Survivor, I think. I'm going to play some Survivor because I do not feel interested in playing the CBT simulator that is killer right now. Oh yeah. Woo! Hydrofocus stakeout. On new Michael? Very consistent in 50-50s and with like very little downside. Oh, very little downside. The list is invalid, Drew. We gotta put the Pookie up there. Run this build. Insidious to fake being a hallucination? Drew. Hyperfocus stakeout? Cancelled. The reason I did that was because I needed background footage for a video talking about hyperfocus and stakeout. They give Ada voice lines? No, I swapped to Astri. Astri has voice lines.
I'm proud of you, Dustin.
Cringe. I would face a single Vecna too. We might have the first one on here today. Oh shit. Menu stuff is all up. There we go. I faced a single Vectua. I don't think I've played actually a lot of Survivor since the new chapter came out. There, there. Just chill out. Whew. There's a lot of talking. An instant mana killer that throws rocks. Just, what's that like meme of the person throwing a piece of garbage at the elephant in the enclosure and just shouting gay? Oh man. Lore accurate hunters pebble perk, but it kills you. Yeah. There was Aurora, but we're done with the tier list now. So I want to play a little bit of Survivor first, and then we'll check out some good old Deadlock stuff, because I know that update came out. Actually, I can even see who was in the update. Let me look. All right, what happened? Did we get Celeste? We did. Nice. It is Celeste Day. It's a place I can see it. I should post it to the Discord. Give me a second. Look at that. We're facing Vecna. Ouch. Feel that. Give me a second, though. Remind me after this game, and then I can get that there. I don't want to Oh, yeah, that's understandable. Swim burst. Oh, he has the add-on that gives us all one token of World Breaker. Of M1 attack animations, Nemesis is S tier. That is true. His is pretty good. Ouch. Oh. Alright. I'm gonna go... He's not found me. Maybe he has? No, he's on the Houston over there. Poised value. I see. It is, yes. It is indeed, sir. Is actually your fellow survivors real as fuck, though? Holy shit, that gen got done fast. Where? We have things. Oh, I see. That's the nearest one there. Alright, I'll go do the thing. Oh, wait. Someone's already doing the thing. Love Poised? Yeah! I think it's a good perk. It's genuinely a really good perk. Wish to before you get the full helicopter. I like that. Ooh, Hive Mind. Basement? Okay. You want me here pretty soon. I can tell. Up we go. I don't know where he's going. He might be going back for the unhook there. I can't tell. Ouch. Oh, here. But I'm having ear problems right now. Yeah, that is nice. I am a big fan of him dropping with, like, good perks. Yeah. Fixated, Sprim Burst, Botany Knowledge. Ugh. Shiny meta, am I right? up top. Alright, I have no Sprim Burst for... Or I have no scratch marks for 30 seconds now. Thank you, Poised. Hey, you want to heal? There we go. Ruh-roh. That's problematic. That's no good. Alright, sick. They're probably both going basement, right? Sneaky rat, May, how dare you? Sprimber is throwing bricks at you. Why would you throw bricks at me? I'm just a they. Oh boy. That's no good. I hear him. I'm gonna run down. He's over there behind me. I have to get the trade here. No choice otherwise. Leader value. Bruh. That's so annoying. He's not on me, is he? No, you got the Nancy, I see.
I am inevitable.
That's really disappointing. Well, damn. Me throwing bricks at Rem players? That's actually Rem throwing bricks at you. He has bricks in that pillow of his. Okay. But he didn't go for basement though. That's interesting. Okay. Yeah, let's get this heal. Let's get this heal here.
I expected.
Basement Henry Camper, yeah. Body blocking that person to death, basically. And then he's just straight back at it. There he goes. Oh god. They do still have Hive Mind up as well. No, thanks for the follow, gamer. Welcome in. The true Kitsune King. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. Yep. Hey. How's it going? Oh, I still got hit. Lamau. I'm bad. They've been chasing me, though. There goes Hive Mind. So that's kind of good. Doesn't have, like, macro anymore. Or doesn't have, like, that kind of macro awareness anymore. Do we have a gem back here? I don't think we do, though. Maybe one upstairs? One in this corner? No? What the fuck? I know we typically have, like... There's sometimes one back here, and then sometimes one that can spawn... Oh, shit. Oh, that's really not good. Not a fan of any of that. Is it, like, in... Oh, hey there, Henry. Okay, there's the one, of course, like, top main. I know they've been healing back there. Usually one that can kind of, like, spawn in here, I think. Yeah, that's where it is. And then she's getting chased, so we get this now. Sick. Would May lose to Glass Joe? What the hell is Glass Joe? Glass of Joe. It's coffee. I'm losing to a cup of coffee. Yes, I would lose to a cup of coffee. I'm ADHD, and so coffee puts me to sleep sometimes. Check Star's office? I should have done. I got it here. From Punch-Out? First box in the hit game Punch-Out. I see. I did not play Punch-Out as a kid. I didn't have that game. A record of 1 to 99. Oh no. It's like a component of it. ADHD is basically well, how do I put it? Like ADHD, they're considering renaming it to like Dave, D-A-V-E, or from what I've been told by somebody. I think it might have even been in chat here who said it. But basically, like, it's like a dopamine deficit is what ADHD kind of comes down to. And so, because it's a dopamine deficit disorder more than anything, caffeine, being a stimulant, gets you kind of up to, like, regular operating. But then, if you become over-reliant on caffeine, your body then kind of takes it as, like, oh, good, you're operating at the normal capacity. Now we can, like, offset all of your ability to sleep now. So, it can be a component of it. Hey, see you later, Roses. Thank you. Down to 1 gen. I mean, we're not doing terrible. This could be a depth, though. I think it is. Ooh. That's just a problem. Where else do you typically have generators in this map? I'll grab this. Yeah, bro, I got the Dave. I made a joke that was like, things you can say while being gay and also attention deficit. Yeah, I got that Dave in me. Jen wasn't here. Oh, no. I have to go for the unhook now. It's very disappointing. There we go. Can I even heal you in time? Okay. Oh, she has resurgence. I see. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. What is that? Oh, bye-bye, Nancy. That's where she died. Oh, that boy's dead, too. He might have a Mori. He does have a Mori. Hello, Bat. Welcome in. Did you eat Dave? Ha. Technically speaking. Swallowed that boy whole. He saw me. Let's go around this way. Lead him away from the Jill. Whew. Ah, I thought I dodged it in time. Whoopsies.
You have little time left.
Yeah, whatever. I know I'm old as shit, alright? Like, come on now. You can't be rubbing it in like that on me. Whermst? Oh. Oh, that's problematic. Say that to my face, Henry. Yeah. If you want to call me old, why don't you just say it to my freaking face, Henry? You know, it's like a combination of Henry and Richard. Oh, shit. Oh, I mean... Oh, girl. I should go back to our gen outside, yeah? Captain kick a gen. Okay, let's go work on this gen outside, then. And do something. He might be coming back for me. He might be dropping this chase against the Jill because he wants me to... doesn't want this gen to get completed. Again, it's like... basically nothing out here. No. Is he hooking? He is. Interesting. I see. You want them to win, but they're going against your main, so you want them to win too? I don't feel too bad about it either way, personally speaking. I don't want to keep repairing this. Because you'll know that I'm here by seeing that gen, so I just gotta leave. Like, hope that this person gives up on hook for me. Okay, thank you. Oh, he found me. That fucking blows. I blow, actually. Fuck. Hatch sometimes spawns there. Ah, but it spawned over there! That's so annoying. Well. Oh well. GG's. Game is over. Yeah, he just coming from here. GG's. Whoop. Got his ass. No! Oh, they hit me? Damn. That's unlucky. Alright, fair enough. Yeah, I can't do much
I
there.
have prepared.
Womp. Oh well. Jeez. That is what it is. Hello, Mortal. Yeah, bro, I got the Dave. I got the Dav. Dave. Well. That was my first game against the Henry. They really are, yeah. And there's also, like, models for the bones protruding out of the survivor's skin when they're broken. GG's, though. Builds. Now he's just dab. Nice. Oh, yeah, I have a new thing I want to do for oh yeah, I have to open Discord to share the tier listing thing. Aurora was asking for that earlier. And if Aurora's still in there, that's where she can see it there. It feels nowhere near as violent as Sadako's. Yeah, I think it's because of like the zoom on the face. The face just kind of has like a weird look to it. Do this build. But yeah, I have a video chat that I wanted to work on. Where I wanted to count the frequency of perks, and I wanted to see how many games it would take me to get every perk in the game. But I was kind of thinking, like, if I did that, the problem would be that some perks I would literally never see. So I was thinking, maybe I run 50 games of both Killer and Survivor, and then I see, like, the frequency of the killers and the perks that we play as and against, and then see what's actually available there. But that would be something to do over, like, the next week, really. So they can't exactly focus on each limb. Yeah, that too. Pretty faithful to the source material? Oh, from Stranger Thing. From bizarre items. Likes facing my Houndmaster for whatever reason? Huh. Is it because he's just like, oh good, it's a Houndmaster, and he like likes practicing against it or something? Oh, I was not aware, Clone. Oh, in ones? Gotcha. Oh, I see. Right, like you're not really locking in the how do I put it? It's not like as dragged out of an effect. Comparatively. I feel like this could be the same Henry again. With his build. Oh. Nope, Phantom Fear. Fuck. Whoa. Isn't that close? Okay. Overcome value. Let's pre-drop this pallet. And then we can play alongside here. He broke. He is brutal strength. That's not enough. Not in range for that. Your thing. Season 4 spoilers a lot around here. I would say for the sake of people who are interested in Stranger Things, maybe not. Mentally, then. That's interesting. Let me add that to docket. Also... Give me a second. Fixing a spreadsheet. Oh. Oh, okay, I guess I can get saved. Oh. Oh. Wow. Thank you, ladies. Oh my god. Thank you. Wow, that's so kind of you. Wow. Twirling my hair right now. Okay. Definitely not the same... Definitely not the same Henry, though. Henry round 2 upside down boogaloo. I think it could be like my Survivor MMR, because I might be considered more of a new player to this role, because I just don't play Survivor as much. And so I have like all the people who are like, yeah, I started playing Dead by Daylight because of the Henry. Because I think Season 5 was alright, Kappa. Yeah, I know that a lot of people are pretty upset about that. Henry Scene Facts, I love playing the killer. I saw the most that I have seen... The most that I've seen of Stranger Things has been Season 1 and 3. Not through 3, 1 and 3. And I thought 3 was, like, a good ending for the series. I don't know. I thought it was fine. But nothing that bad. I think that when the expectation is so incredibly high for, you know, one of the biggest shows on Netflix, on one of the biggest... Hold on. Anyway, when the expectation for the show is that high, you know, one of the biggest streaming platforms, one of the biggest whatever, then yeah, it's going to feel disappointing when things just aren't really up to snuff in that way. And lock out of generators? Yeah, well, I wanted to play some Survivor stuff because I was working on a video idea. Welcome in, Tava. This makes me care to watch it less. I think Season 1 is fine. If we're talking like just Stranger Things in general, then yeah. I'm dying and it's cold. I'm sorry to hear that. The hype seems deserved. I know that... Oh. Doko the... Oh, there she is. Okay. Well, let's just get the fuck out of here. He knows that I'm here because of, Friends till the end. I don't want to get hit by that. I, on the other hand... I want to go unhook this person, because... No, my perks! My lovely perks! No! 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 No, you don't understand. Alright, well, let me touch her too, I guess, then. Jeez. Definitely got to be like, we'll make it in that build wholly. That's still the end value, though. What's his name? Jamie Bauer? I have lived long enough to always lower my expectations. Yeah. Oh, shit. Buddy, you come get me? Ah, he hit me. Damn. He did want to come get me.
Your time draws near.
Bruh. Bruh. Alright, whatever, dude. Oh, he's not even... He's on the far side of that tile. Later, nerd. Yeah, I'm over here now. Like that more than season 1 because of him? That's understandable. I think Jamie Bauer okay, so my aunt is just like an enjoyer of entertainment, I guess, is the best way to put it. If it's entertaining to some degree, she doesn't really care about the overall quality of it. I think that's like kind of beautiful in some way. Like, it's just, you can just kind of enjoy things for as they are. And she liked season 5 of Stranger Things. And so I know that I'm not, in that sense, inclined to agree with her tastes, because I know that what I look for in media that I consume is of a different... Okay. Well, that's annoying, actually. But... I need to go over and check. Buddy. Just gonna pre-drop this. It's... Oh, really good prediction, actually. I thought he would think I was on the other part of the wall there, but I'm a moron. Anyway. So, that's how I kind of view it. But, that's just me. I am cynical. Is an autofill option on my phone now? Oh no. That's pretty funny. Watch shows from like 50 to 60 years ago. I should do that, honestly. There's so much interesting craftsmanship in the limitations from older movies and television that you just don't really get with a lot of stuff nowadays. Because they were doing the best with what they had, and that still looks really good, because at least, even if it's not... Girl, don't stick your finger there. Anyway. Yeah. Give me a second here, would you? Give me a second to process my thoughts again. I want to go and hook this purse. No, I don't. Not yet. We want to get this for... Ooh. Damn. He wants this person dead. Just picks up immediately? Okay. Ah, to be 30 again, yep. Unfortunately, not the case. And pre-drop. Wait, okay. Alright, come and get me, I guess. Aw. He didn't commit the chase. Why are we doing this? These people have killed me. By doing this. Just don't 99 the fucking gate, man. Oh yeah. Rich Evans. Beverly Hillbillies are good fish out of water sitcoms. Will last you a while. That is true. Beverly Hillbillies did do a lot for the sitcom genre, which I think was pretty cool. We can definitely go get this. Just have to wait for World Breaker to be over. We'll be fine. The only person that can't really get hit is the Sable. That's fine. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck.
I have prepared.
You have preed. You have prepared. And post-paired. Oh, we just gotta move out of the way. Just move out of the way. Let her run in here. Yes. Okay, good. We're out. We out this bitch. I have crippling diabetes. Really? I was not aware that I Love Lucy had that kind of impact on the like television. He disconnected? He didn't even let the game go through, and he wanted to bring it. Oh no. Oh boy. Okay. Alright then. Perks were Furtive Chase. Oh, we gotta change this. There's something on my spreadsheet that I can do. That's much more readable. Furtive Chase. Primal Ears. Lethal Pursuer. And Friends to the End. Due to be 35. This should say 1. I'm gonna figure that out later. Okay, whatever. It's fine. Otz's Law? Yeah. Green Lethal Pursuer, yeah. Yeah, I'm in some kind of Hilo here. Tales went up Star Trek. Lucille Ball was one of the main advocates for Star Trek getting produced and aired. Huh. Was not aware. It's pretty cool. I Love Lucy. Definitely was like one of the first earlier versions of syndicated television that I can think of. I'm thinking the other ones that are in a similar vein to me are like what was it? Gilligan's Island. My dad was born in '64 and lived across the street from producing Star Trek at the time in Sacramento. Hell yeah. Otz's Law? I guess so, yeah. Things didn't go right for me. It's all over. We could do this build too. It's just like a generally strong build. Oh my god, Survivor, yeah. Yeah. It's so fascinating. I'm pretty bad. It's not fascinating, Shifty, it's bad. You could just call it as it is. Wait. Because there's a missing... No. Am I missing a parentheses? What the fuck? Is it comma? Maybe it's comma. Or is it semicolon? Shoot. I gotta do my formula parse error. Fuck you! Fuck you, buddy. Semicolon. Maybe it's semicolon. Hold on a second. I'm trying to figure out how to do this function on... No, okay, so that is another formula parse error. God. Plus... That doesn't make sense either, because this should be... okay, whatever. I'll figure that out later. It's whatever. It's fine. Don't ask any semblance of a coherent chat. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, wait. Guitar. Dredge Glacier son or Chucky Downplayer daughter? I think Chucky Downplayer daughter would at least have more reasonable expectations than the Dredge Glacier son. I'm gonna be so for real. Oh yeah, no, Dredge actually is like top a eighth here if you really think about it. You're like, no, it's that's a Wesky Buns. Hello, Wesker. It's like mid to low C tier. I think Chucky is a bit better than that. I should have been hovering for a flashlight save. Whoopsies. Similar to Wraith or Myers. Yeah. I think the distance that you can get with Chucky and the stealth is like more consistent than Myers, but Myers definitely feels stronger in a lot of ways. Okay. Put the pallet over there. Oh, he's coming for my ass. Okay. Hey, buddy. How's it going? Trying to beat. Oh, fuck. I thought he was trying to beat me to the pallet. Breaking the pallet. That's fair. Go, man. My teammate that was here is now left. Still here. Okay, he left to go tunnel off of fuck. I see. I see. Get this gen done then in the meantime. Super Earth needs me and I need caffeine. Go spread some democracy, comrade. Good luck. Let's get this gen done. W. Green Acres? I have not seen it, no. What's Green? Is Green Acres like a similar sitcom in delivery to Beverly Hillbillies? Oh. I see. I don't have an angle. That's unfortunate. Bye everyone, be good. I will not. W chatter. It's on this silly little generator back here. I wonder. Oh, wonder. Oh, no. More rural, kind of the opposite of the other show. Oh, I see. They're trying to get used to the... Wait, he's so far away from everything. Maybe we can just let this person hang for a bit, though, eh? Schitt's Creek was great. I've heard good things about that one. I've heard good things about a lot of TV shows. I spend so much of my time playing video games and stuff, and writing about video games, that it's hard for me to focus on TV shows. Because when it comes to watching movies or TV shows or anything like that, I like to be able to actually focus on watching them instead of just having them be passive noises. I want to engage in the full piece of art that it offers. And when I'm like gaming or something on the side or writing or whatever, I can't just have a TV show in the background. Like, I have to be locked in for it, you know. No, but not my batteries. What the hell, Balloon Boy? All seasons are free on Pluto? Really? That does sound fun. Does sound like a good time. Battery acid. The spice of life, battery acid. Did we 3-gen ourselves? I think we might have done. I should go for something here. I didn't leave my team to die. Oh, I trust you. I trust you didn't. Okay, yeah, I go into that. Okay, I should just sit on it, Jen. Non-binary child that runs drama finesse every game and calls them all right perks. Fourth option, Wesker Gatekeeper. Shit, dude. Yeah, Dramaturgy and Finesse are just, like, kind of okay, man. I think I'd rather that than a Gatekeeper. Ain't no child of mine is gatekeeping a damn thing. You're sharing information out here. Wouldn't make as much sense in our day and age. I think delivery of jokes as well has just changed a shit ton over time. For gen rushing. Am I in range of that? I'm not. That's unlucky. Wesker's way over there, though. Good gen back here? Ew. Where are our gens? Oh, we do have one back here. Nice. Might be good going forward here. Hello, Dark Thunder. Welcome in. All y'all sleeping on Smash It Exaltation. You are correct. I do be sleeping on that. Ah, sucks. The lady got tunneled. I should have tried this flashlight saber at least once this game. Yo! Whoa! Whoa, what's with the gen speed, Batman? Holy shit. Alright. Oh, you have that add-on that, like, makes your power easier to hold. I see. He's looking for me, I think. Or he was. There's no nowhere to hide on that, as far as I can tell. Oh, what the fuck? What is this pathing from this guy? What the fuck? What? He doubled back there? What? What the fuck was that double back? What the hell? I love Alert. Alert's great. I love the perk. It's really, really good info. The D-Gen double backs. That was... the strangest double back I've ever seen in my life, dude. What the hell was that? Alright, thank you. Folks sleeping on Premonition Spine Chill. What is this, 2018? Yeah, we know better. Thank you. For the healing. Wow, Zone was also a pretty good show. I do remember watching a couple of episodes of that in, like, 7th or 8th grade. It was for, like, an English class, and we were supposed to try and... I don't remember exactly what the assignment was. There was, like, some analysis thing that we had to do on some of the old Twilight Zone shows. Someone gets hit and you see the killer for free.com for 10 seconds? Really? I didn't know that. I think I do have Hattie... I should have Hattie Prestige 3. I've been slowly working my way through the entire Survivor roster. I think I just Prestige 3 on Yoichi. Azakawa. I've not used Life a single time this game, by the way. Use the episode pertaining to mob mentality? Yeah, that was like the one that was, about the aliens that kind of disabled all the electronics, and then somebody's car just randomly starts, and they were like, how the fuck did you do that? And everyone just kind of, like, mobbed him from there. Hey, what's up, Momiji? Welcome in. This guy's got a gen rush build. Holy shit, look at that speed go. We stick it for the crew. Ooh, I'm gonna burn my life and run into a wall. Let's go. Here's the add-on that lets him... Okay, fair enough. I'm just gonna go for this window here. And play man. But he's the add-on that lets him move faster while holding his power out. Uraburo tendrils, whatever it's called. Deja Vu, probably. Definitely Hyper Focus Takeout and Bardic Inspiration, because we saw him using that earlier. Please be this door. Oh, fuck. Well, actually... Never mind, I'm just dead. My team left. I'm dead. GG's. Game's over. Those hatches here. You still at that door? He is. You get out? I don't. He's just holding this door down. I'm just dead to him. Yep. That sucks. So fucking hard. I have to hope that I find Hatch here. Why did they leave me? Why did they leave? Why did they both leave? Yeah. Hyper Focus Take Up, built to last Bardic Inspiration with a BNP. Womp womp. Crooked Penny to Prunk thrice in a row? How, what the fuck? Did you personally, like, have a relationship with Edmund McMillan? What the hell happened there? How did that work out for you? Not worth the use over the top options. Yeah. Is not one of those perks. What's up a few $25 bills? Damn. Unlucky. 250/50s is not bad. That is true, yeah. Why are you making... Oh, wait. Do I have to do this? Oh my god, I'm a moron. Hold on. I think I might have found out why. There we go. Is that it? Ah, there we go. Okay. I found out the syntax that I needed to do. This, and over here. Yeah. It's not... I can't do it like that. I do a semicolon there. Yeah. So I'm not very experienced with spreadsheets. That's why I'm... Should have stuck around to see what his build was, though. I forgot to do that. It's my mistake. Remembering that scene partner exists? Ah! Never go out of your way to equip. Yeah. And I do kind of wish there was... Because back in... Wow, 3 secrets. Back in 2024, we had that period of time where the... like, behavior was buffing a bunch of perks secretly. Or not secretly, like quietly buffing a bunch of perks. And so, oh, nice. Shit map. Minecraft Revenge? What? What is Minecraft Revenge? Is that a Huntress? Oh my goodness, it is a Huntress. Someone call Rose. Huntress! I knew it. I wish they'd do one again. I agree. I do also wish they would do one again. Because I think that that was some of the most interesting time in DVD, was at least being like, hey, there's some new stuff to kind of fuck around with, you know? You just don't really get that anymore. I'm not a big fan of Minecraft, though, personally. Never really have been. Huntress inside, being inside. Damn. Freaky ass chat. Hello, Nekora Gaming. Welcome in. It's kind of cool. Yeah, like it kind of gave you something to look forward to in patches. A lot of interesting things that happen around that time. I hope this Huntress doesn't have Iron Maiden. That'd be very awkward for me. Ow. Okay, so... Did not think that she was there. Fuck. No. Hope she has iron grasp. Hope she grabs onto me with her irons. I hope that... Oh, what the... I hate this map. I fucking hate this map. This map sucks. Who designed this? Behavior? Oh, I mistimed it! No! I almost had it! Oh, fuck! I almost had the flashbang save. God dang it. No! I was so close. Fuck. Who knows? I have no idea why. Oh. Ugh. Scary woman. But if you're asking me, I think all women are scary. No, not really, actually. Don't hurt me, women. Please. I might cry. If you do. Hold on. Hold on. Boomer commentary? Oh yeah, you're right, my bad. I love my wife, actually. I'm the anti-boomer commentary now. Scariest Slavic woman, yes. Thank you. Thank you. Carlos saving me. Uh-oh. Oh, no, she's coming back. Let's move. We gotta go. We gotta we gotta run. We gotta leave. Alright, upstairs I go. Oh no, he's getting chased again. Damn. You're lucky I'm beyond gender now. I have ascended. You have transcended the concept of gender. We don't need it anymore. You played the Texas Chainsaw Massacre? I did not. I did not play it when it was an active game in development. Trans, comma, ascended. True. You mean it transcended this? Oh wait, Carlos is there. Hey. Oh, thank you. Finishing off the job, huh? Come here to give me a good old send-off. They made this chat woke. I have indeed made this chat woke. I'm sorry. Sorry to say. But chat's woke now. That's right. Give me your pronouns. Hold on. Uh-oh. I might have killed Carlos. Hey, what's up? Hi. You after me now? She is, yeah. Still in chase with her. Behind me? Okay. I don't know what this Huntress is doing. I thought she would chase the Carlos. Because, you know, injured guy. Oh. Hey. Thank you. Uh-oh. Guys. She's right behind me, isn't she? Oh no. Rest in peace, Carlos. No way to prevent this. No, absolutely no way to have prevented this. I think I'm gonna flashbang back. Now give me a chest I can open. Someone give me. Man. My big heels. Oh, that's woke. Why did she pick up over there? She's only been chasing the one male survivor in the entire game. She just hate men? Give me a med kit in endgame. I do want to find a chest for a med kit. I think there's usually one that's like... Oh. Ow. Dude, what the fuck are you doing over there? Like... Slash Gen Q, you know? You know what I'm saying? Like, genuine question. What are you doing over there? Oh. Alright, well. Yeah? You're gonna get me, but you're gonna get blinded. Never mind, I missed. Professional men hater, lore accurate, I think. Clearly, yes. What the fuck? High chance. I know, yeah, I know about that one up there. I hate this map, though. Like, I can't gain information off of anything, because it's like, oh, right, sorry, she's around this corner. Kills everyone except girls. That is true, yeah. Except young girls. Oh, no, she's coming back. Y'all know she's coming back. I'll fuck myself going up here, though. This guy here. Sometimes there's a chest that spawns out here, right? I've seen that one happen. Let's get the gen done. Still kills, but slowly. Is in the room with white walls. Oh, goody. Oh, that's good to know. Oh, thank you, Ada. Thank you, Ada. I'll be sure to... Oh, that guy's dead. That guy's very dead. Go where the chest is and you'll find it. Oh yeah, you're right, you're right. In the room with the thing, with the doohickey. Yeah. That's a heal. I'm gonna go upstairs. Never mind. Ada's going upstairs. We got that gen up there done. I think she saw me. Never mind, she didn't. I know where she is now, though. Where the frick are my chests? Only tunneling when May does it? True. Well, both of you are bleeding? Gay? No. That's the straightest thing a man can do. God bless America. The generator. Ruh-roh. It seems that Jill Valentine is in trouble. No, kinky? Yes. Chestless behavior. When I'm showing up my inventory in game, sometimes, like, with those drops things, it'll be something to do with, like, the synchronization to your account. I don't know why, but they're not always consistent, unfortunately. Oh shit, I'm overworking. Hold on. Almost there. Chris Redfield is gay. Yes. Actually, she's gonna get your ass. My ass is fine. My ass is gravy, baby. I'd like to find a chest so I can get a good med kit out of it. Fortunately, the only one that I really know of is the one that's upstairs. Wait. We could do the really terrible thing. There's always going to be one in basement. Hopefully no, territorial imperative, I guess. Yoink. Territorial imperative, watch out. Oh god, no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh shit, they unhooked. Well. Alright, good luck. Actually, wait, no. I need a chaser. Okay, okay. I'm watching, I'm learning, I'm observing. Yes, yes. 110 abuse. Yo! Alright, get her ass. Yeah, hold on. I think I know the gate that she got to. It's this one over here. Yes, yes. Just waiting for the little bit of... You can get event add-ons? Oh shit, I can, can't I? Give me up! Woohoo! No! 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 We killed Jill! No! Jill, I'm so sorry. No! 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 I didn't realize she was that close behind us. Oh no. Oh no. Here's why you don't reset in the gate. What do you mean? Oh no. Too funny. Alright, what do we have? We had Eruption. Deer. Lethal Pursuer. Yippee. Loves Lethal Pursuer. There we go. Everyone loves Lethal Pursuer. Dick move? I guess so. Who would not want Jill? I mean, it's... Chris is gay. That's the thing. That's what it is. Chris Redfield. Gay as hell. Alright. He has to be, yeah. If you're not interested in Jill Valentine, what are you doing? What's your problem, man? You ain't lesbian, that's for sure. You ain't straight either. So it only leaves one option left. Okay. Cool. This is what I believe, yep. He's only interested in Leon hooking up with his sister. Ah. So he's a weird cuck, I see. A strange cuck. This building in. The Land Before Time? I've seen it before. He's an ace matchmaker. Oh, I see, I see. That's what it is. He's just he's a matchmaker that has like no hand in it at all. Bottom of MMR, top of MMR. Should I just change my name to MMR so I can be between Kate and David? Thoughts? Just change it to bottom. What do you mean? No, that's Journey to the Center of the Earth. Land Before Time is the animated movie series with the dinosaurs. I remember this. I watched this at like a friend's house when I was in 3rd grade, kind of thing. Had it on VHS. What have I seen? I can't remember. They were fun. They were good, fun kid movies. I remember very little of them, but I do remember what the main character looked like. I remember they go extinct. Spoilers. What? The dinosaurs went extinct? No way. Indeed, Nelly, yes. After doing like all the tier list talking stuff, I did not want to go through the mental... What? Stroma. Let's see. Had a bloodline conspiracy board. That's a hell of a sentence. I don't know what that means entirely. Bloodline? Oh. Is that Billy? I think that is Billy. He's bumped twice. I think I heard him bump over here. But I'm going all the way to the outside because there's usually 1 or 2 gens back here. We are overworking so hard right now. I know. I wanted to make up for all of the time that we had spent on the tier list, at least a few games. But I didn't want to go through the mental gymnastics of playing killer. Overworking, yep. Direct DVDs made to keep kids entertained, nothing more. Oh, sure, sure. That makes sense. That kind of makes sense with like how series often end up going. But with big lizards, yeah. Not to be confused with Disney's 2002 movie called Dinosaur. Very different. That was more nightmare fuel. Dinosaurs are birds. That's true. You have the pterodactyl. Call me the P in pneumonia the way that it's silent. No, actually. Reptiles. This is America. Do you think that I know the history of a dinosaur? I hardly even know Ian McKellen. Pain res? Bruh. Alright. You know what? Understandable, honestly. I'm gonna go this way. Pain res value. Some type of beer? No, it's well, so Dark, if I want to explain it to you, you know, as a fellow American, imagine a hamburger. Okay? And then Alright, my America inhibitors are starting to come off. Down to back there. Okay, okay. Aphantasia moment? Darn. Counterpoint, I've aphantasia and never eaten a hamburger. Well, I guess you're just fucked then, buddy. Oh shit, what a snipe. What? Okay. How does he read the hit from there? Because I was thinking like, oh, he'd go for the generator, but he like curves it perfectly into me there. Damn, dude. I'll play it, I guess. Sniper, that was clean, yeah. I was like, oh, he's gonna go for the generator and try to find me there. Nah, he like predicted my movement all the way out in the open there. I shouldn't have gone to the open. My mistake. What was that? You know, just an American pastime. I don't know if I want to get healed by this guy. Unk needs Tua? He had 2 of these fists in his mouth. There we go. Big heals. What in God's name is a kilometer? Yeehaw, my streamer. Howdy, partner. Me and my fellow Americans, I hope you do understand that I have found myself in quite the relaxing predicament. I'm gonna reset this pipe. And hopefully send you on your merry way. You mean Theodore Rex? What? Because there's only a handful of good media with them? Yeah. It's like Land Before Time, kinda. But I don't know. I don't know much else beyond that. I never really got into dinosaurs as a kid. When I was a kid, I got into Star Wars and Pokemon. Those are like my 2 main things. Star Wars because my mom was a Star Wars nerd. And Pokemon because it was just kind of like the thing to do in the early 2000s. I did not know that, Shifty. I've never grabbed anybody resetting on it before. I'm kind of 3-genning us, actually. This is a really bad generator for us to do. Because that gen can't reset my pipe. The hell? Zombies and pathogens? Hold on. I'm trying to understand what the context is for that. This is still progressing. That guy's dead. This man will not be for very long. Off you go. And we will make it so we heal so much faster. He gonna come back over here though. Alright, let's get out of here. Okay. I'm gonna try and wrap around for the heal here. Bottom dying first is strangely in character. Sources have said that it is in character for him. Here we go. Yes, good heal. Help other survivors by increasing their movement speed 50 times. That's pretty funny. Yeah, no heal points for you. Practically none. Those are all my heal points, baby. Hey, thank you, Sky. Welcome on in. I'm glad that you've been enjoying my content on YouTube, and happy to see you here. Let me see. Oh. I see. It seems that David is just fucked. Like nothing else out here for him. Unless we can actually get something. He's on main. He does have a decent tile to work with up there. I don't know how many resources are left on the... scratching my arm. Don't be doing this to me. What's his favorite show on TV be? If there were reruns of Batman Forever, probably that. I'll probably finally fill the pit in my soul. Dinosaurs just aren't in, I guess, at this point in time. But W Gen Rush? W Gen Rush from us? Hello? Also, this David holding this chase with this Billy for so long is incredible. Last gen's gotta be... Yeah, like this one or front of main? What? Why did you burn Dramaturgy there? What? Theodore Rex thing, the movie sucks. Oh, yeah, like Velocipaster, right? There's no point. I'm so sorry for your loss, Nelly. What's the fucking point anyway? Man, are these gens going really fast, or is it just me? God, I hate that phrasing. Because that always reminds me so much of, like, Redditor phrasing. It's like, is it just me? Or does everyone else think about this really common effect? And everyone else is like, oh yeah, no, I thought about it all the time. And then it gets like 2,000 upvotes on whatever subreddit you're looking at. Like, shut the fuck up. Oh my god. Is it just me, or does this, like, kind of look like gen rushing? Like, okay. Damn, dude, this David. I mean, you can't really... To be honest with you, you can't really body block a Billy. When there are 8 billion people alive. Yeah, for real, though. Don't 99 the fucking gate, just open it, dude. Yeah, what are we doing? Oh, are we going for a rescue mission? Alright, I believe. I believe in the we. Did you just throw a rock at him? Oh, I see. I see what's going on here. Hey, buddy. This is a delicious predicament to be in. Ugh. Alright, I have to go for it, I think. I'm fine. Like, if I get her out and she gets out with borrowed time, I really don't care. Because then I give her babysitter and she gets out. It's better her than me. This is the altruism build.
I, 32 male.
Oh my god, shut the fuck up. Did the true playing cosmetic? Yeah. Of their bad opinions? I don't think that's necessarily true. Poor Billy couldn't get his kills. Just leave, dog! Just leave! Like, there's no way you're ever winning this. Nah, he's just waiting for the full animation to go through. Yeah, and then he's gonna kill you. And then you're dead. And then I'm off the hook, and now you're fucking dead. Oh, I could... Yeah, see, like, this is bad. This is a bad idea all the way through. And now I can't do anything because you came to rescue me. Okay. You know what? Fuck it. I'm just leaving. That guy's dead. They're both dead anyway. Like, I can't do anything. You could have just had a 3-man out. You didn't have to go for me. It was too altruistic for the Billy. That was silly. There was, like, no way that we were ever gonna get anything more than, like, if we take the 3-man out, we're fine. Okay. It's perfectly fucking fine. Alright? Alright, Billy, what perks do we have? Bambles, barbecues. Why did you have Surge on Billy? Barbecue and chili, boozle, chain res, Surge. Bamboozle, barbecue and chili. Yes, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 4. There should be 3 games played. Why is this not working? Equals sum. How do I don't want that. I'm not selecting that because I want to change my formula. Oh, whatever. I'm beefing with a spreadsheet again. Oh, is it? Do I have to do a semicolon here in order to get that to work the way that I want it to? There. See that? Nope. Alright, well, I'm going to have to figure that out another time. That's okay, though. It's okay, yeah. Are you recording build variety? Yes, I am. So, let me show you, fellas, what I'm working with here. Which is not making sense to me right now, but I'm going to have to figure it out. Here we go. So, I'm recording the killers that we face, how many games we've played. I didn't count the Wesker match because I forgot to select his perks, or look at his perks. And then I have 3 games recorded, right? I have Huntress, Henry, and Billy. And then perks, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And in this box here, I have the sum of all of these cells, which are, you know, this. Oh, because I don't have H. That's what it is. Okay, I found my problem. Now that I've said it out loud, I found my problem. There we go. Now I've played 3. There we go. An update to Hooked on You, Hot Trash. Which killer would you add to it and why? I don't know. I never played the original Hooked on You, personally. So I have no frame of reference for it. But, I don't know, just add Deathslinger. Why not? Fuck it, we ball, right? But yeah, I'm looking at killer variety and then killer perks and seeing how long it takes us. I'm going to play up to 50 games when I'm recording all of this. What's on the survivor sheet? Same thing. But it's gonna be when I'm playing killer. Like, what do I face the most often? So it's the same setup. And I need the same thing here, which is H2 to H35. And then, yeah. So when I'm playing Survivor, like, what killer perks do I face the most? And then same thing with Survivor, what Survivor perks do I face the most? And so it'll just be a mix of everything, and then seeing, like, what Survivors are the most common. Now, I'm definitely assuming that Sable's going to be the most common. You see Sable basically everywhere. Oh, Survivor. I was originally working on the Survivor, or the killer side, so. Yeah. That's what we have so far. Have teamwork, collective stealth. Oh, yeah. No, that's why I was like, it's not going to be physically possible for me to play in a reasonable number of games and find, like, every perk. So I kind of figured, in order to just talk about variety in general, I think 50 games on either side is going to be the most effective way of doing it. Because then that way I get 50 games of Survivor, so I'll see 50 different killers, I'll see up to 200 different perks. And then for killer, I'll potentially see 800 different perks. Is that right? Because 16 times 50 is 800? Yeah. And yeah, we'll see what the what the variety is. I'm going to assume there's going to be a lot of Dead Hard. There's going to be a lot of Decisive Strike now that it's a base perk. Going to be a lot of Windows Opportunity. There's going to be a lot of Iron Will, actually. When I did this, not this challenge specifically, but when I did something similar with my copycat challenge video, I recorded, like, Iron Will as one of the highest perks. Windows Opportunity was 4th behind Resilience and Dead Hard and Iron Will. It was like Resilience and then Dead Hard. Resilience at 19 occurrences, Dead Hard at 16, Iron Will at, I think, 14 overall, and then Windows Opportunity and one other perk tied with 11. Yeah. I played Twins and then I played Survivor and got Twins. Like, what are the chances? You inspired somebody, Rose, clearly. You had shown somebody the way of the Twins, and they realized, like, oh, actually, that shit's kind of fun. We'll see how that goes. 11, like the Survivor. Oh my god, it's all a reference now, isn't it? Alright, let's go raid somebody. Let's go raid Echo, because she was in here earlier. A lovely Legion individual. But thank you all for joining me today. For just yapping over things. I know we didn't get around to Deadlock, but I'm probably just going to do that on my own time here. Have a good time, with the rest of your evening, or day, or whatever kind of hour it is over for your place. I appreciate you fellas being here. I will be back yet again on Saturday at my usual time, same cat channel. And thanks for being here. See you then. Bye-bye.